757 Spy Pilots, thank you for coming by today. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Corfu. There is some really amazing scenery when you go zipping around the island at Corfu. I do have the airport, but I don't really think I've got anything. It's just default, and you see all of that really cool stuff right down there in the downtown area of Corfu. Also a famous island, if you are a James Bond fan, For Your Eyes Only. An awful lot of that movie was shot in and around the Greek island of Corfu too. And hello, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming on in today. We are at, this is one of the original really great, really nice airports that was made. Tampa? This was the Tampa scenery. I'm trying to remember its first name, but this was just a really cool little airport. It was one of the first airports that I remember seeing that had the flags that were actually flying and flapping around in the breeze based on what the wind was doing. So obviously not a lot of wind. It's dark here right now. I decided that I wanted to go and change it to daylight here just to check out this really cool scenery. But welcome on in. Thanks for coming by today. Are we on vacation yet? Well, that's one of the cool things about flight simming. I mean, really one of the cool things about flight simming is we can kind of go on vacation and we don't have to walk through security, and our debit cards won't be too terribly strained. Although in flight sim, they can be strained a little bit. Hey, Mr. Jazz, thanks for coming in. Kevin's here. Emergosa, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. CB Flyer, hello. Hi, Diamond Mike. T-Bird's been here. Polyot came in first, and it's good to see you. Thank you for stopping on by today. Martel, thank you for coming on in. I hope it's a really good Sunday for you all. And in the middle of all my yammering around there, Kevin just did a resub. It's a tier 2, so thanks for a double sub there, Kevin. Kevin's been here for 51 months. Still kind of blown away that it's been, 51 months and everything like that, but holy moly. Thanks, Kevin, for all the really great support. We'll also turn on some alerts and get those going, too. JSG Droid, welcome aboard. I see JSG Droid's already here. Ben's here. Good to see you. Laxon checking in from Boda in Norway. And let's see, I was really surprised. There was this it looked like some really great VATSIM Polaris control up in the very northern part of Norway was in operation last night on VATSIM. So Tromsø and Alta might be a fun hop for us sometime next week. Also, it looks like there's going to be some VATSIM ATC a little bit later on. After this flight, we could hop in the 737-600 and do a WestJet flight out of Vancouver into some of that, because they're going to be the West Coast operations are going to be going on for those sorts of things. Iceman, welcome aboard. Norse Viking, shall we hop in the airplane and get going? I think it's just us. So basically, no ATC. Let's just chill on out and head on down to Athens. And then I think that one of the things that maybe next Sunday will give the Greek island hops a little bit of a break. Yes, it's my favorite place to go flying, just because magic of Greece and stuff. But maybe what we'll do is do some hops up and down the island of Japan. There actually is some really amazing scenery in that area too. So let's go ahead and maybe plan that. So once we get our A320 on the ground at Athens, we'll leave it there for a while. Mr. Posh Martin is doing London to Kennedy. That's going to be a long one. Oh, you start your descent in 36 minutes. You've been going on and on there on that? Wow. Hey, Captain Chris, welcome aboard. And I'm going to be turning down the airplane noise just a little bit today. Voice is going. Ben, yeah, we also might be out to do some Hawaiian ops at some point too. Let's see, yesterday a box arrived. Got to do a little bit of unboxing and stuff with y'all, and it was really kind of fun. Ordered a new replacement camera because that camera right there is given out. So I ordered a very small camera here, which will replace it, and I've started learning a little bit about it. The power cable is going to arrive tomorrow, and a few other really cool things, but I've done a couple of things. It's actually a really cool little camera, and it should work just fine. So just as a replacement camera, it's going to be really nice for that one too, because I was absolutely shocked when Polyot said, you do know that your pixels are dying, right? So right now I will tell you that that's a pretty cool little camera, and probably one of the first things that I'll do is try and pop that in and get it into the Stormy system, but then do a updated cockpit tour of Spy HQ. And I know that that's one has been that's been requested a few times. Let's see, what else is there that's new? It's kind of chilly outside, not as cold, not as hot. Little bit, we had one of those cold weather inversions here at Spy HQ earlier this morning, so low clouds, a little bit of stinky stuff in the air too, but right now it's starting to warm up. At least it's above freezing, so that's kind of nice. Be sure and tell me what life is like at your place, if the weather's nice or anything, and let's get going. I've already got a few things already set up here, so I went and I've done the fuel planning. Let's go ahead and invite our passengers aboard. Hi, Abelars. Good to see you. Let's see, I also went into Steam and updated Train Sim World. Somebody was having fun with Train Sim World yesterday, and it was a little on the inspiring side. So I thought, maybe I ought to go and update Train Sim World and go and do a couple of favorite train routes. Bernini Express is one of the ones that I actually really like. Let's go ahead and start boarding here. Tumi Brasco, welcome aboard. Abelars, I hope I said hi. But Flocala, it is. I actually took it on a little bit of a drive, a little Sunday morning out and about, and I also have a plan to take it out and about tomorrow. I also was able to pop some video in. I did also, and if you're thinking about ordering a camera or something along those lines, one of the things that I did was I went back in, and along with the power cable that's coming tomorrow, I ordered a what is essentially a what's called a neutral density filter, and it's adjustable. And so one of the things I'll be able to do is get a lot better quality. All right, subs runway SIDS runway 16. So if you're gonna order a camera, I definitely will suggest perhaps picking up what's called a neutral density filter. You can actually do some, you can actually sharpen up the colors and all. Never had a camera on a gimbal before. I've got to tell you, I was really impressed. I should have copied some of the video earlier today. I didn't think. Oh, and I need to re-record. I was going to do a YouTube video on doing range rings and stuff. I need to re-record it because last night the live stream went so long that I was just on total autopilot. And one of the things that I do before I go to sleep is I set up a couple of things in OBS for tomorrow, the next day, and then I go into a folder where I do my production work and I clear it out. And I went and deleted the video that I was going to be doing, so, you know, that I was going to post today on doing range rings and stuff like that. So, yeah. And then woke up this morning and I was thinking, all right, I'm really looking forward to being able to go and, you know, upload this video. And then really realized that, yeah, I cleaned it out last night. So, happy Sunday, Keith. Thank you for coming in today. Flo Kali, yeah, neutral density filter is a really good thing to have. Okay, and they're expecting the ILS. There's going to be a Zulu coming in to Athens, so we got that. And let's go board passengers. Let's see. Amargosa needs more dark chocolate. Well, more dark chocolate's good. Hi, Hookem. Welcome aboard. Leads to T-South. What is T-South? Keith, I hope I said hi to you. Never had it, but Flocala, a camera on a gimbal? I mean, it's actually really pretty cool. Now, important safety tip. If you're going to get this or something like this, let me just do this right now because it's important. So it came with a little shell. This thing is really, really cool. It absolutely is. But the thing about it is also rather delicate. It's really delicate. So, you know, you're either using it or it's in its case or it's in its little, you know, case like this. But you've got to be very careful with these gimbal cams because they can be damaged. I was watching some videos about that earlier and people talking about really how easy it was to damage their brand new camera. So there you go. Oscar is flying today. I will look for you in just a second. Thalo is going in search of dark chocolate. Are we boarding? Oh, yeah, we're boarding passengers. Let's get going. I think I saw JSG Droid pushing back already. Let's get it going. LGKR, we are departing on runway 16. It's going to be the mailed 1 kilo departure. And there we go. Coming on in, Athens Venizelos International Airport. We want an ILS Zulu to 3 right. So 3 right, next page, ILS 3 right Zulu. There we go. We are coming in on the Nimes 1 Quebec arrival. Nimes 1 Quebec. Nimi 1Q. And no transition in, but our VIA is DDM. That's the Didymon VOR. And there we go. Let's see. Martin is here. Going to join you for the hop today. You're taking a 737-800. Nothing wrong with that. No, you enjoy that. It's the beauty of the spy flight. We can take whatever we want. You take the Beluga. Which name is Sybil going by when she visits? She is Sibby 320. Sibby 320. I think she's live streaming right now. Yeah, that's who she is. Okay, all of this looks great. Let's go open the flap. I think she's doing a demo game that she's trying out or something like that today. Okay, APU is coming on up. Let's come on over here and check the weather here at beautiful downtown Corfu. The altimeter is 1025. Oh, let's turn on the autopilot, and 1025 for the captain, 1025 for the first officer, and 1025 here. Along with the 737 600 that we just got, we could also think about taking the A340 someplace today. That might be fun. Okay, got that all set. Neo, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Neo 727 just arrived. And this is all looking really good. Final load sheet is aboard. Yay, there's the final load sheet, and we must be done loading passengers. Yep, passengers are aboard. Cool. So let's go to ground services, and stairs are all away. That's really nice. So let's see. In NIT, page B, 0 fuel weight 56.9. 56.9, that did not change. And 30.7, 30.7, that did not change except the final numbers. The flight management computer says I need 4.7 tons of fuel. I boarded 6.0. And that looks really good. Let's get ready to do performance. How's the APU? Oh, let's get the APU bleed on. And external power, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fuel pumps are now on. And let's go and come over here and do departure perf. Runway 16, sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate speeds, and send this to the McDo. That looks really good. Yeah, that looks great. Okay, let's get charts ready to go. We've cleared all moorings, and we can have GSX prepare us for pushback and startup. Prepare for pushback and departure. There we go. Aegean Airlines, come on. There we go, and that looks good too. Ben just did the usual update on some of our favorite airplanes, a couple airplanes for Virgin Atlantic, and also this very airplane here. So this very airplane is flying back to Athens right now. So that's going over there. And let's see, V-Spy, Miss Moneypenny has the day off. And Joan Jett is off to CYYZ. Oh, really? Joan Jett wants what? Joan Jett wants Timbits. Ben, thanks for keeping us up to date on our favorite airplanes. Flight level 310. Sibby's trucking today. Sibby actually does a little bit of trucking and really likes to do race cars. and she's actually quite the F1 fan. Real world F1 racing. I think that their whole family is, and so they're always playing. They go to the F1 races and stuff. And 122.8. Turn on the radio. Aurora Celestis, welcome aboard. That is one of the coolest names on Twitch. Clappy is back in chat to do the Dublin flight you did a few days ago. Actually, that was a requested flight from somebody who couldn't make it because they were sick, so we'll probably do that one again in a few weeks. But that was a great flight. I love going to Dublin. Nose left, tail right. Oscar says a new season in 7 days. A new season of racing. So F1 racing is coming up in 7 days. Ben says it's a new route for Virgin Atlantic. A330 Neos and 787s. Hi, John. John Servinos is here. Rob Longhaul, yeah, a friend of mine from Greece, Captain Sibi, is doing trucking today at Sibi 320. I sent a link just a bit ago in chat. Good evening, Pandora's Pilot and AI Creations. Speaking of Aurora Celestis, I was checking stuff out. One of the really inspiring stories that I'm pretty jazzed by right now is a real-world space flight that's going on. And that real-world space flight is a flight for, I think we're clear to go. Let's go. It's a flight for, oops, I think I need to clear some more moorings here. Hang on. It's the Europa Clipper. And Europa Clipper is obviously, it's a spaceship that nobody's aboard. But it's going to the Jupiter moon of Europa. And they're going out there. If you remember the movie 2001, one of the, and long before 2001 and Arthur C. Clarke and stuff, the scientists were always pretty jazzed about the fact that one of the best places to look for life off of the Earth in our solar system is the moon Europa around Jupiter, and it's a 5-year mission, to seek out strange new worlds. But Aurora Celestis, I was looking for that. Oh, you've got an ad break. Sorry, Aurora Celestis. But anyway, just checking. The spaceship is working good, and it's on its way. It's been on its way for, I think, about a year now. But every now and then I like to check in and see, where's the Europa Clipper? It's like a real-world space flight, which I think is really cool. Let's go ahead and start on up. Let's see. John is going to LGAV. Tissac is back in chat. Welcome back to you. And I think I'm pretty caught up, I hope. Engine 2 reverser unlocked. There we go. That should fix it. This airplane has got something funky going on with that.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set.
Unlock it gear.
And looks like we're getting a good start on engine number 1. I've found that if you start up engine number 2, that will do the reverser. Sometimes just running it all the way forward and all the way back. Sometimes
Subscriber
works.
confirmed. Top clearance
Let's go ahead and try and start.
Loyalty noted.
Tow truck disconnected.
Martin gifted a sub.
Must be removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
I think that does it. That did it. Yep. I don't know why it starts like that. Inverser, welcome back, Inverser. Thanks for coming in. Aurora got a sub. Anyway, Aurora, if you had to go to do the ad break, I was just talking about the space mission for the Europa Clipper. And I checked that out last night just to see. Europa Clipper is on time, on schedule, and everything works. So, and everything looks good there. I think we're almost ready to go. And there's a good start there. Engine number 2.
Corfu traffic, Aegean 331, pushing back onto taxiway Charlie, Corfu.
And let's go to APU bleed. APU is off. Flaps 1 trims down 0.1. Down 0.1. Rudder works. Speed brakes. Let's get out of people's way. Parking brakes off. And taxi lights are on. Somebody just blasted off. Corfu traffic. Aegean 441 pushed and started from stand 3. We are heading on over to runway 16. Corfu. Can't remember. Hi, Del. Welcome, welcome. Ground spoilers, up predictive wind shear, on. And there is the ECAM checklist all set. And the APU is spinning down nicely. Fly Tampa. I can't understand why I couldn't think of Fly Tampa earlier today. But this is, again, Athens, and then this, Corfu, I think, were some of the original Fly Tampas. And, oh my gosh, seeing that flags flapping in the wind in the correct direction was actually really pretty cool. When you take off, the police stop all traffic because the road is too close to the runway. Oh, I didn't know that they stopped the traffic at Skiathos too, John. Really? Inverser, we are in an A320. You met an American in Dublin Airport a few years ago, worked for NASA, told he was planning an expedition to the sun. You'd be burnt, I replied. He says, no, I'm going at night. That's one of the good ones. So when you take off on runway 16, they stop the traffic on this road. I'm guessing that's because what? The cars would get blown over or something like that? Corfu traffic, Aegean 441s lining up and taking off on runway 16. Corfu. So that's the road that they'd stop there, John? Well, you can see, I mean, look at how close that is. I can see why they would have to stop traffic. I mean, you could blow over a car, you know, with your jet engine. I mean, it's right at the end of the runway there. So, yeah, I would imagine so.
331, taxi to runway 16 via Charlie and Alpha, Corfu.
All right, looking good there. Let's just clear out the ECAM checklist. I think we're ready to go. Cabin's ready to go. Let's depart the scene of the crime. Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Got a Ryanair that just pulled up. I would imagine that one of the things that you would do is like a Volkswagen Bug or, you know, a lightweight car could very probably be very easily blown over by jet engines. V1, rotate.
Ryanair 420, lining up on 16.
Positive climb, gear going up. And we got to make a little turn here so we don't fly over those condos by the water there. Mikey, I was so shocked today when I got up this morning. You know, I'll go and I'll take a look. Okay, lever climb, thrust climb. Got up and discovered it was a whole new month. AP. Mikey, yeah, maybe the 737-600 WestJet operations out of Vancouver might be good. I know, Ben. Well, you know, living in times when it's constant crisis and stuff like that, that's kind of why it is that it seems like time is just going by so fast. You can go outside and just take a look at how well modeled this is. I mean, the slats going up like that.
146, taxiing for runway 16, Corfu.
Okay, there's somebody that's flying a fighter jet around us. If you're on the live stream with us, we are on VATSIM. If you get caught, you'll get bumped off the network. You'll get kicked off the network. So, if you want to fly like that, the best place to do that is either multiplayer or DCS World.
Ryanair 420, departing on 16.
Corfu traffic, Aegean 441. Now clear the airport, clear the runway, heading south. Happy landings, Corfu. And you never know when a supervisor's going to come in. So.
Aegean 331, lining up and wait for about 60 seconds from runway 16.
It's about what it takes, you know, 60 seconds to 90 seconds. And if you do a nice, gentle taxi out to the runway, then that burns up most of that 60 seconds right there. And incredible coastline views right now. Not sure, not expecting any alligators or anything like that. Yeah, just idle on out there. You don't, it's not a race. It's not a race at all. Good evening, Jamie. Welcome, welcome. Nice climb out. Eight 8,000 feet. Flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed, landing gear is up, after takeoff items are groovy, and out we go. Yeah, our little IAE engines are pretty cool, aren't they? Because they idle at slightly higher rate than the CFM engines, especially with the A319, but sometimes with the A320, if you're light enough, you'll do just thrust idle taxi, and it will take off as soon as you release the brakes. And that's with the long, skinnier engines
traffic, Ryanair
on the Airbuses. Big J Plays, welcome aboard. Hi, Jamil, welcome aboard. Yeah, life is good in the Airbus. Life is good in our cute little Airbus. And coming up on 10,000 feet, landing lights can go off, nose light can go off, cabin call for 10,000 feet. Roddy is back. Hi, Roddy. Can't decide what to fly. Germany has some events. Yeah, well, we did some big events yesterday. So I'm all for chilling out today. Happy Sunday, Roddy. Flyer Studios. There's somebody that has been flying one of the jet fighters on VATSIM. And you can fly jet fighters on VATSIM. You absolutely can. But you can't go and intercept and get in their airspace and cause, you know, you can't cause TCAS alerts. Because some airplanes will react to a TCAS alert. And that's a problem. So if a supervisor sees that, you're going to get booted. Driven is feeling a little Caribbean today. Let's see. Nandu Hub, did I say your name right? Over on YouTube. Hey, Nandu Hub, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Buckeye says we need a spy hat. So we got a spy hat. Thanks, Buckeye. Big J, I actually like the IAEs because of what I was just yapping about. The IAEs basically give you a thrust idle taxi. I'm kind of happy with these. It's nice. Zebu, you're the Ryanair flight. Come on down. You're not going to join for Vancouver. I don't want to fly in a cold, cloudy place. The other thing that we could do is we could do A340 somewhere. I don't know. Let's see. Nadu Hub just did the sub on the channel. Thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. Let's see. I think I need to turn on Streamlabs alerts. Thought I had them on. Yeah, there are some rules about that. The IAE has a little bit of a scream too, right? Mikey said, well, you know, we did take the A340 into St. Martin. Instead of Vancouver, we could take the A340 out of St. Martin and go someplace else. We could go back to Nassau. We could go over to, problem is the big airports are kind of stretched out there. But yeah, Flyer, yeah, there are rules about that in the Code of Conduct. Let's see, Dan, welcome back. It is a nice day to fly. So if you'd like, what we could do is we'll get to cruise and we can run a straw poll. Go to Canada, go to Juliana. Let's see what's going on in the exciting world of VATSIM. Okay, we do have ATC. JSG Droid says expect the ILS-3 right X-rays. So there's our there is ATC coming on in.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
It's
clearance
Athens
agent.
approach.
Loyalty noted.
Mighty Morph did a nice resub over on Twitch. Thanks, Mighty Morph. Mighty Morph's been here for 20 months. Thank you for a 20-month resub, helping me to keep all the lights on. Okay, Juliana's actually got delivery tower in ATIS. So Canada, we could do Canada afterwards. So TNCM. Let's see. It's also Sunday service in Havana. Well, I don't see that up there. So let's see. It would be a little bit of a longer flight, and the longer flights get a little bit boring. We could go over to Kingston. MYNN is a little bit further, but this would get a little boring. But we could take the A340 out there. Retriever Neil, that might be a little bit far. Thanks again for the resub. I'll get a straw poll in just a bit. 21,000 feet, it's calm, seatbelts can go off. Big J Plays is up for Kingston. The MD-11 is a fast airplane. Yeah, but if we're going to do that, I was going to take the A340 just because I just picked it up. I was a little bit late to the party on that one, but that was cool. And let's come on over here and do some checks. So let's see. Strobes, beacon, wings off, nav and logo. Landing lights are all off. Seat belts are off. And then when I do that, I will also come down here. And let's do cabin pressurization. We're pressurizing. Mikey says we should also think about the Turks and Caicos. Just have to make sure it is a great place, that it's okay for really big planes. I know we like to check out some new places, but still. Big J Play, actually the A321neo XLR is what got me, what finally pried me loose of being a Boeing. I was all about the Boeing 737. The Boeing 757. That was my airplane. That was it. I mean, so much so that's what the live stream is called. But then they were starting to retire the They were starting to retire the 757s, and they were replacing them with A321neo XLRs. That was supposed to be the big replacement. So that was the reason why I figured I'd better start learning about Airbus. And there you go. So yeah, I would love to see a Phoenix A321neo XLR. I think that'd be a great airplane. Driven has got crunchy pizza rolls today. And somebody started a hype train. Thanks for starting a hype train. I didn't know that started, but whoever did that, thanks. I think it was Mighty Morph doing a resub. Thank you for the extra support. Mikey says that the Concorde landed at Juliana. I think it did. I don't think it was a regular deal, but I think they kind of went there on their promotional tour, probably. Yeah, I think Ben, I think you're right. It's the closest thing. That's right. That's it, and in fact, I believe that's what the decision was. The decision was back in the day, should we keep the Boeing 757 around and modify it, or should we trash the 757 and just keep modifying the 737? I think hindsight is that was a dumb move, because there's only so much you can do with the 737 airframe compared to the 757. But, there were executives who were profit-minded, so I figured that they figured that was the cheap way to go. John Sorvinos is now a channel member on YouTube. Hey, John. Thanks for being a channel member. I really appreciate that. I'm relatively new on YouTube, but every morning that we fly, I do a YouTube video that's just for channel members. So look for that about 2 or 3 hours before the normal start of the spy flight. And also, one of the things that I'm hoping to do is eventually do some out and about types of trip videos and stuff like that in the real world. And I'll be doing stuff for channel members over there. Plus, right now is also you get all the emotes that we use on Twitch, and I think you get comment priority. So thank you for doing that, John. Thanks for helping me. This is how I keep my lights on. So thank you for helping me do that. The issue with the MAX 10, it had range issues compared with the A321, but none of them can touch the 757. Yeah, I think that they've tried to come up with a good replacement for the 757, but it's always fallen short, right? Yuval, welcome aboard. Hi, Dad, game time. Purple King is on YouTube, too. Hi, Purple King. Yep, I think we ought to try and do so let's see. Driven had a suggestion. Let me get that. I'm just going to try and put these in my notes here so I can put these in. Mikey wanted to go TNCM to MBPV. I'm going to put that in my notes. Okay, let me give me a second here. I'm going to try and do a poll, a straw poll. I know straws suck, but this straw poll has actually been pretty cool. And Polyot found it, and it works so good. All right, hang on. Agent Sayok, did I say that right? Did a sub on YouTube. Thank you. All right. Where should we go next? All right, so let's see. First option. Is the one that's up. Let's pop that in. All right, and then there were some suggested ones. I always forget to spell it S-I-N-T, which is the way the locals spell it. I need to be sure and spell it that way. Thanks for including icy cows on that one. And then a third option was, and you'll have to remind me eventually what MBTV is. Almost done doing typing and stuff, and you'll get to vote in just a second.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
All right.
Stay sharp.
All right, hang on a sec. Here comes the straw poll. Okay, the poll is now up and running. I'm going to send you a link in chat. Where's the share button? There's the share button. Okay, hang on just a second. Sorry it took so long. Okay, there we go. There is a straw poll. Hey, Sunjammer can see cows in the field in the road. Uday, welcome aboard. If I missed you, I was putting together a straw poll, and there is a straw poll. You can be on Twitch or YouTube, and you can vote on what we're going to do next. And I'm sorry, I didn't know what MBPV was. It's one of the Turks and Caicos. I just didn't know which one. Cows in the field. Last night's train video was a video about the old signals, Sunjammer, and it, you know, the old style signals, and the huge, you know, the levers that you had to pull for changing the points. And at the end of the video, some farmer's cow got loose on some tracks, and so they had to divert a train, you know, and use the signals about diverting the train and stuff like that because a cow got loose on the track. And it was one of those British Rail videos but that was the one that popped up in the rotation. I guess that was kind of a thing, that you would have cows that would escape and they would end up on the tracks. So there you go. Mikey, so that would be Grand Turk. Yeah, not those kinds of cows, but close. You have to do exclamation point, redeem, and a space for cows. Let's see, and I'm missing a little bit of chat here. Okay, Vancouver to some places, a WestJet is currently winning. St. Martin to Kingston and St. Martin to MPDC is tied. Give up order pizza. Nobody wants to play train sim, and St. Martin to the Turks. Okay, so there are 2 votes out of Vancouver. So there's that one. Punta Cana, thank you. I wanted to make sure. So that looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and get ready to do a 30-second countdown. So last few minutes to do votes. So it's 2 votes if you want to. Right now, it's Canada is winning. So you need to get a couple more votes if you want to do an A340 flight out of St. Martin. Well, the thing about train sim is it can be really, really boring, but I got to learn stuff. Hey, Jerry, welcome aboard. All right, ready? Here comes our 30-second countdown. It's in the lower right-hand part of the screen. So Vancouver is winning by 2 votes. St. Martin to Punta Cana is number 2. Kingston is number 3. St. Martin to MPV is number 4. And Pizza is number 5. Now just 2 votes separate out. 10 seconds. And 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and okay, it's going to be a Vancouver WestJet operation. Now we got to figure out where we want to go for WestJet. But we'll do that in just a minute. We've got ATC, so we better pay attention to the flight. Okay. Well, I was just putting everybody's choice in. I was just putting in everybody's choice that they might want. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and get the latest weather, and then we got to get ready for our descent. So I was just trying to put out options. That's why. Okay, let's come over here. Phoenix, Hunter Girl, welcome aboard. You feeling better? I know you said you were sick. I hope you're feeling better. Kelowna, yeah, Kelowna is usually one of the best places to go. It's not too far. Athena Venizelos Airport information, blah, blah, blah. X-ray 3 right, takeoff transition level 100. Let's go ahead and pop in destination data. See me do this 100 times, let's just pop it in really fast. Are feeling better, yay! Always good that here feeling better. 1026, and there is altimeter. It is 10 degrees in Athens. The wind is 030 at 7. Transition level is 100. TRL is good. Let's go and come over here and get minimums. And we're supposed to use the X-ray. We are doing a Greek island top. And minimums are, for category 1 is 800 feet. And that's all in. 11 miles to top of descent. Athens approach 132975. 132975. I'm missing a little chat. I had to get caught up from our poll. 132975.
Έψτε για να πάτε pick-up θα πρέπει να πάτε σε πορεία 270. Αυτή τη στιγμή πηγαίνετε σε μια πορεία περίπου 230. Δεν πάτε pick-up.
Information Oscar is current. Okay.
Μπορείτε να κάνετε δεξιά πορεία 270.
On the Nîmes 1 Quebec. $6,000.
Aegean 201, ready for takeoff.
Aegean 201 by Juliet Delta 7 Delta 03 right.
We're thinking of Kelowna.
Juliet,
It's a little ski. It's a ski town, kind of a resort town. You do a kind of a cool approach over a lake.
Send 6,000 and 1027 Aegean 1. Aegean 441.
Athena approach, very good evening. Aegean 441 is descending on the Nîmes 1 Quebec arrival with information Oscar.
Aegean 441, good evening. You are clear for Nîmes 1 Quebec. Expect ILS X-ray runway 03 right.
Nîmes 1 Quebec, and we're expecting the ILS X-ray runway 03 right for Aegean 441. All right, we're all set. Oh, we need to change. We're on the X-ray arrival. So let's just switch over to the 03 right X-ray here. ILS 03 right X-ray. We're still on the Nîmes arrival. I don't think we have to. Nîmes 1 Quebec. I don't think we have to do anything else with this. We just have to make sure it's the Didymon transition. And there we go.
Ryanair 420.
Heading track and insert, and then check where we're direct to Nîmes. Direct to Nîmes and insert. I love Airbus, it's so cool. Gioche, welcome back. Is anybody using the RJ9070?
So the Nîmes 1 Quebec, expecting the ILS X-ray.
We're talking about going to Kelowna. I believe CYVR.
Ryanair 420, report ready for descent.
No, it's not that one. It's not Edmonton. Kelowna's.
Say again for
alright.
Ryanair 420.
Ryanair 420, report ready for descent.
Kelowna IC Cows CYLW.
I'm ready to come on down for Ryanair 420.
Okay, so KELOWNA, Kelowna, and it's CYLW. All right, I'm going to update the next command,
Ryanair is ready for descent.
and the next command will be ready, and then I think I've got everything caught up.
Ryanair 420, descent flight level 150.
Down to 150 for Ryanair 420.
Okay, I missed a little bit of other chat. I'm sorry if I did that.
Aegean 441, descent flight level 110.
Descending now, flight level 110, Aegean 441. Tom is over
Aegean
on YouTube. Hi,
123,
Tom. Welcome aboard.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Aegean 285, καλησπέρα, information Oscar requesting KFR to Macedonia, flight level
Well, Big J
240.
plays in the Phoenix. You have a choice. You can either use the Navigraph charts. You really ought to have Navigraph anyway for
Aegean 285.
data and stuff for an airplane like the Phoenix. But you could also switch to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and then you get the you would end up getting
Aegean 441, direct Alpha Victor 467.
Aegean 441 is now direct to Alpha Victor 467. Alpha Victor 467 and insert. So you can use the Lido style of charts, which are the ones that I actually prefer. Now you don't get
Ryanair 420
these
for
charts
separation,
come
turn
with
left,
Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I think it's
Operation,
really
turn
cool that those are
right,
available.
Turn right, heading 140.
I think it's really cool
Right
that those were
140
available
for
like
spacing
that.
Ryanair 420.
We are ready to taxi for Greece Phantom.
Air Greece 812 taxi via Kilo Delta 8 Delta holding point 0 to the right.
Taxi to hold point runway 00 right via Delta 8 Delta, correction, Kilo Delta 8 and Delta.
Good evening, another Ruben. Welcome aboard. Martin is doing a back taxi for Corfu right now. Are you going to take off in the other direction?
Athena approach.
Justice has never heard of Kelowna, Canada.
Started our descent on the Nemes 1 Quebec, passing.
It's not too terribly far. That way we can go and do several others. I have the airport flying at dusk. The lights are clue. The Kelowna airport.
Direct Alpha Victor 46.
Yeah, I think I've got that airport. I just have to load it in. 20,000 feet. I think seatbelts. Seatbelts.
Aegean 1959, descent 3000.
Then 3,000 again, 1959.
Oh wow! Look at this. We've got a cloud boundary over here.
And Aegean 1959.
Clear behind the airplane. Clouds building on the north side. That's actually really pretty cool right there.
Ryanair 420, direct Alpha Victor 467.
Direct Alpha Victor 467 Ryanair 420.
Aegean 441, descent 6000, KNH 1026.
1026 on the altimeter, descending now 6,000. Aegean 441.
Aegean 331.
1026. 1026. All right,
Aegean 301,
let's
good
see.
evening. You are clear for
Kelowna
level
is
1 Quebec.
CYLW.
ILS X-ray runway 03 right. Descent flight level 150.
And there is an airport for Kelowna. I think that's a freeware that I might have gotten. CYVR. Vancouver.
Aegean 201, wind 010 degrees, 5 knots, clear takeoff runway 03 right.
I guess it's already loaded.
Direct Alpha Victor 462.
Okay, we're all set for that. Hi,
Direct
Cracker.
Alpha Victor 462.
Happy
Ryanair
Sunday.
462.
Thanks for coming in. One zero two six.
Aegean 146.
1026. All set and ready to
Aegean
go.
146.
Company
Limit
message.
1
Did we depart on
For
time?
ILS X-ray
We
03
sure
right.
did.
Number 1 Quebec for ILS X-ray 03 right. Aegean 146.
Aegean 1959er. Continue ILS. Continue ILS for Aegean 1959. And 1959 is descent 3000. Descend 3000, Aegean 1959.
This is some nice surprise ATC. I figured everybody when it's Sunday night, I figured everybody in Greece is going to bed. Oh well, we got a couple of cloud boundaries too today.
Aegean 441, descend 6000, Aegean 027.
1027 on the altimeter, descending now 6,000 for Aegean 441.
Ryanair 420, speed 250 knots.
250 for Ryanair 420.
Another Ruben
Aegean
says it.
51,
Yeah,
speed
I know.
250 knots.
Yeah, the time difference between Spy HQ and Athens when I was doing, simulated Airbus flying lessons, because Sibby's in Athens. So I learned about that, the difference in time quite a bit. It's a good 9 hours. Paul Major checking in from the UK. Hi, Paul.
Ryanair 420.
Welcome, welcome.
Flight level 110.
110, Ryanair 420.
Aegean 201, radar contact passing 2200, climb flight level 17.
I think we're a little bit high. We needed to be at 6,000.
Flying flight level 17001.
Mountain, U.S. Mountain. Justin wants to know how you know where to talk. Well, that's kind of a
Aegean
one of the best places to start by looking is over here at the VATSIM map. If you type exclamation point VATSIM, look at the type exclamation point VATSIM, and you can have access to this map. And this is going to show you where there's active ATC. So you can see we've got a little bit of a shaded area over Athens. That's how we know that there's ATC. Daylight savings time. Oh, really? I was just getting used to winter time.
Agent 185, go ahead.
Air clear Thessaloniki by a Karistos to Echo departure, initial 7000, set squawk 7476.
Agent 185, via Karistos to Echo, initial climb 7000, squawk 7476.
Stefanik Ground is back. Hi, Stefanik Ground. We were flying out of Stefanik Grounds Airport recently.
June 1027.
Good to see ya.
When I'm ready.
Aegean 441, descent 3000, ILS X-ray 039.
Descend now 3000, expecting the ILS X-ray 03 right for Aegean 441.
Aegean 959er cleared to land runway 03 right.
Gonna need the Boeing for the next one. So far, so good. Stephanic ground. I hope you're having a good one.
Aegean 20.
We're just doing a little trip into Athens here. Then we're going up to Canada.
Athens 01, go ahead.
Aegean 331, direct Alpha Victor 462.
Direct Alpha Victor 462, Aegean 331.
Aegean 20, direct Gendo.
Direct Gendo 201.
Little soon on the flaps. Airplane's upset.
Ryanair 420, descend 6000, QNH 102.
Yeah, Tim Dog, I think a lot of people have had enough of things like daylight savings time and stuff like that.
Ryanair 420.
I'm not panicking.
Aegean 331, direct Alpha Victor
There's flaps.
442.
Another Reuben was in the Comanche today. Phalo, apparently, it starts again next week. Time flies, right?
Aegean 146, direct Alpha Victor 465.
Direct Alpha Victor 465, Aegean 146.
We're ready for departure for the Greece Phantom.
Air Greece 812, wind 0 to 0 degrees for nose, clear takeoff, runway 03 right.
Clear for takeoff, runway 03 right for the Greece Phantom.
Aegean 20, declare flight level 230.
Climb level 230, Aegean 201.
03 right, we'll go for Delta 8.
Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray.
Hi, Speed Bird. Happy Sunday. Hope you had some good weekend food and a nice weekend.
Ryanair 420.
Go ahead for Ryanair 420.
Ryanair 420, descend 3000.
Down to 2000, Ryanair 420.
Ryanair 420, 3000.
Sorry about that, 3000, Ryanair 420.
Aegean 441, clear the LS X-ray runway 0.
Aegean 441, clear now for the ILS X-ray, runway 03 right.
Aegean 331, descend 4000.
Confirm descending to 4000, Aegean 331.
I do confirm, sir.
Descending 4000, Aegean 331, thanks.
Wheels. Oh, it's lasagna time at Speedbird's place. Always look forward to lasagna time. Lasagna time is always fun time.
And approach Aegean 195 minutes, clear runway 03 right on Delta 8.
Aegean 1959.
Inverser, every approach
Delta,
is different.
Delta 7 to Bravo 7.
When you disconnect the autopilot, it's always a little bit different depending upon your flight.
Delta 7 to Delta to Bravo 17.
You just never know. For me, it's mostly how much am I all set for landing. Do I have a lot more to do in the cockpit? If I've still got stuff to do in the cockpit, then I'm going to leave the autopilot on, especially if I'm talking to ATC and I'm going to change frequencies and do this and do that. It just isn't time to do everything for one person. So I will use the autopilot a lot more, but as soon as I'm ready to go, I like to turn off the autopilot. So like basically gear down, 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes, we're all ready to go there. I'm not going to be changing frequencies, so guess what time it is? Autopilot's off.
Flight level 190.
There's the old Athens airport.
Continue to flight level 190.
There's the old Athens
for
airport
the
over there.
And aircrew return to direct Varix.
Oh, good old Varix. Man, I went to that waypoint so many times when I was learning.
287. Aegean 287.
Athena, calling for Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray descending 60 via Papa.
Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray, good evening. Proceed direct Alpha Victor 465, expect ILS X-ray runway 03 right.
Direct Alpha Victor 465, expect ILS X-ray 03 right, Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray.
5 Romeo X-ray.
Say again for 5 Romeo X-ray, cut out.
Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray, proceed direct Alpha Victor 442.
Alpha Victor 440, Aegean
I
5
think that
Romeo
would be a
X-ray.
great time. This is actually one of the places I really want to go someday.
Descend 110, 5 Romeo X-ray.
Thing is if I go there, I probably wouldn't leave.
Evening, Gian 287 descending via Nemes 1 to back, information Papa.
There used to be one of the little Greek islands.
41 wind 020 degrees for north, clear to land runway 03 right.
Runway 03 right, clear to land. Aegean 441.
Aegean 331 on present heading.
There used to be one island. I don't know if it is anymore, but you could actually move your small business there, and you got a pretty good tax deal. I don't think that that's still in place.
Approach Aegean 287 descending via Nemes 1 to back, information Papa.
Aegean 287, continue with Nemes 1
Flaps.
Quebec, expect ILS X-ray runway 03 right.
Continue, expect ILS X-ray 03 right, Aegean 287.
Aegean 185, ready for taxi.
Aegean 287.
Thank you.
flight
Every
level
landing's a happy
150.
landing here. Just when I touch down that it sometimes isn't that way.
Aegean 287, descent flight level 180.
Oh yeah, I'm
Level 180,
definitely
Aegean
looking
287.
at digital nomad options right now.
Station for taxi was.
And I think this was the original, at least for me, the first Fly Tampa airport that I ever got. And I got it, the Fly Tampa was over in X-Plane. And it was a really, really neat scenery when it first came out. That's really good scenery there. That looks really good. JSG Droid had him. Oh my gosh, a minus 165. Okay, pressure's on. Mikey wants to recreate an Air France flight.
Aegean 287.
I better concentrate. We got to get a good landing, right? Gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. We're all ready to go.
And request for the descent Aegean 287.
Ooh, alligator ponds. That's new.
Passenger level 875, inbound Kia.
100.
Aegean 287, descent flight level 110.
40.
Descent 110 Aegean 287.
Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray, descent 6000 kNH on 0 to 6.
20. Retard.
Descend 6000 QNH was 026, Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray.
5.
Aegean 12 Victor, approach low in passenger 103, inbound Kia.
Aegean Alpha Victor, continue, I will call you.
Approach continue.
Aegean 331, descent 3000, clear the LS X-ray 03 right.
Down to 3000, clear the LS X-ray 3 right, Aegean 331.
Didn't even scratch the paint. Nico! Good evening, Nico. Welcome in from Denmark.
020 degrees 4 knots, clear to land on 0.
Martin is starting the descent.
Clear to land 03 right, around here 420.
Aegean 26287.
I think our air traffic controller here got a whole lot of AT airplanes into Athens.
Aegean 287.
Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray descent 3000.
Send 8000, Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray.
Greece 812, monitor Unico mounted decimal, bye-bye.
Copy, Swiss Unico, 1.2.8 for a Greece, quanto, verso foglina scala.
LS is
Aegean 2185,
off.
ready for taxi at the stand Alpha 2.
Flap is open.
Aegean to Alpha Victor, continue with Varix on Quebec, expect ILS X-ray runway 03 right.
This is one of the first airports also that wasn't like totally flat. You see those irrigation ditches or
And
drainage,
Aegean to Alpha Victor,
those drainage ditches off to the right. Those were like really deep, and I'd never seen that before. So they had started coming up with ways to do that. Hi, Rich.
120.
And we got somebody arriving over there. Let's see. Anything good on the landing? Minus 216, 1.4 Gs. Could have been better. JSG Droid had a 165.
Clear to Heraclio, Kia 1 Echo, initial 7000, squawk 1425.
I'm just kind of getting out of this guy's way. I mean, technically, I think I should have just stopped, but I'm just getting out of everybody's way here. When it's like one controller and they're super duper busy.
Call me ready, break, Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray, descent 3000.
Taking the altitude for 5 Romeo X-ray.
3000, sir.
Then 3000, Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray.
Aegean 21
wind 0 runway 03 right.
Aegean 1 Victor, just confirm Alpha Victor 470.
470, sir.
Copy. Aegean 2185, ready for taxi at stand Alpha 32.
Aegean 331.
Aegean 331, take a flight, land clear right.
Thank you. Aegean 5 Romeo X-ray, you are clear the LS X-ray runway 03
Parking
right.
brakes.
Good LS X-ray.
That's probably a good parking place.
Aegean 387.
Did we get the AP? Well, always like to make sure I have that going on, because if you turn off the engines when the APU isn't ready to go, all the lights turn out, and that might make the passengers a little scared. Don't want to scaredy cat the passengers and stuff like that. Okay, that's available. And engine number 1, engine number 2, reset the rudder trim while the engines spin down a little bit. We can come up here and do fuel pumps. All 6 fuel pumps can go off. We're done with the ADIR system. Off, off, and off. Last flight, so I will turn off the crew supply of oxygen. I'll come down here and do the bacon, do the seat belts. Come over here, it says, do you want to deboard? Yes, we do. And then we'll go to the Phoenix page, go to ground services. We also need a ground power unit. And we can also open up the cargo doors. And our jetway today is sponsored by Piraeus Bank. And watch the top here. Watch that. Watch it open. It bounces at the end. That's a little bit of detail that's pretty impressive, I think. That really is a pretty impressive detail that they included in this airplane. I look for it now in all the other airplanes and I don't really see it. It's just really pretty impressive. That's right. That's how you get them to leave quickly, turn out the lights. And then have somebody in the back of the cabin say, is that a snake? They'll get off the plane really quick, won't they? Cheers, GT Boy. Welcome aboard. Heathenator, welcome, welcome. You never made it to any major attraction in Greece, but you spent 45 days in Crete when you were in the service, and you want to go back? The thing about Crete, which is really, really amazing, okay? The thing about Crete that's super duper amazing is they're still doing, to this day, some pretty major archaeological finds there. There's still a lot of active archaeology going on Crete right now. Tim Dog was on a plane when the lights went out. They shut down the engines before switching to ground and APU power for a few seconds. The main lights went out and then the emergency lights came on. Nobody panicked. Scaring the passengers is not a good pilot trait. Mr. Jazz, you're right. I try not to do that except as a simulator pilot, and that's to be funny. Redbeard Flies, cheers. Thanks for coming in. Watch out for snakes. That's why it became a thing. But we made it. So basically, we're going to leave this airplane here in Athens for a while. Favorite airplane, favorite livery, you know, who could not have a favorite with a Greek goddess on the side of your airplane, right? But we'll come back to Greek island hops in a couple of months or something. But this time next week, we'll start doing some touring around Japan and just do some hops up and down the islands of Japan. Heathenator was there in 1990. You can still smell the lamb cooking. Oh, that's supposed to be really, really good. Tim Dog, so you knew what was happening. You were on a 737 when all the lights went out? Everything is set with the approach. Martin, go right ahead. Let us know. I'm quitting, getting out of this. I think I have a problem with my... Vancouver scenery, so I'm just making sure that I fix my Vancouver. So that's why I bailed a little bit quickly. Be sure and tell me how your landing goes. I also need to switch over to I need to switch over from Airbus. So Airbus goes away. And Boeing, and then I need to fix Vancouver. Yeah, next week we're gonna hop up and down Japan for a few weeks, you know, just like we do over here. So in Greece, basically I would find an airplane, a groovy livery, and then we would go and do one flight in Greece. And then after that, after the Greek flight, we would just leave the airplane there and pick it up and just keep hopscotching in the same airport. Not the same airports, but just keep going that way. George, you can join the server by flying along with us on a network called VATSIM. And I just put a link into chat for you for some where you find VATSIM. Hi, Blue Idol. Welcome aboard. But yeah, so we were hopping all around the Greek islands here. I mean, you know, we went over to Kassila, we did Mykonos, Samos. We had some really cool Greek islands to go hop into, up to Thessaloniki, down to Corfu, went to the Assassin's Creed Island, and down here to Crete. So it's one of my favorite places to fly. But let's go over, and next week we'll go and take a look at flying in Japan. I believe that we're supposed to start seeing ATC pop on in Canada soon. JSG Droid. Oh, we ought to do that. Okay, let's go where CYYJ, that's Victoria. Victoria, right? Yeah, let's do Victoria. You can still do Vancouver. That is a really cool little airport. JSG Droid, brilliance. Captain Chris had a -233. Yeah, it was a little bit hard. I guess it was just too nice. GT Boys got wind control throttles. So they're already shipping. That's great. Okay, so we're going to depart out of Victoria and go over to Kelowna, and we'll take the 737 Max, 737-600. So GT Boy, I'm sorry to ask, are you in the U.S.? Did you order in the U.S.? Yeah, if they've got them in, I might go and take a look. You're in Spain, got it. Okay, thank you, GT Boy. CYYJ. All right, you can do Vancouver, or you can come over, and we're going to do a cute little airport. And I just have to make sure that I've got it loaded in. Yep. There we go. Yeah, let's do that one. That's a really cool for sure. GT Boy, thank you for telling me. Okay, tell me how you like your throttles when you get them, okay? Beppy is fueling up. Okay, so I'm going to change the next command. If you don't have this, that's okay. There is a really cool airport for the one that we're going to. All right, I just updated the IC cows and the next command for you. So there you go. Oh, you still have to go home, Beppy? Drive safe. Watch out for crazy people. All right, I think we're good. Let's come on down here and start up the sim. Oh my gosh, yes, we can't have an Airbus hat while we're flying a Boeing, can we? Nope, nope, nope. Big J, how do you make the switch from Airbus to Boeing so quickly? It's adult beverages in the cockpit. No, I do this quite a bit. You mean in my head, the workflow? Don't ask me how that works. Don't ask me how that works. I don't know. Okay, let's try and do a flight plan. So we're going to try and do WestJet. Hi, Manifee. You're going to go Spectacular Salad. It's at Celebration in Florida. Black McDeath says hydrate. What a great name on Twitch. Black McDeath. Cheers. Thank you. Actually, JSG Droid just told you the secret. It's kind of like a muscle memory. CB Flyer. Yeah, that just kind of popped out of my mouth before I thought what I was saying. Always got to keep an eye out for those big virgins. All right, so WJA is WestJet. We are going CYYJ, and Kelowna is CYLW. Let's come on over here, and we want a 737-600 B736. You needed a good laugh last night after working Atlanta ground. Man. Okay, WestJet. There it is, WestJet. A lot of ATC. 2734. Let's just go ahead and go with that. When it comes to there's no fucking. Oh, plug your ears, kids. I think things are about to go off the rails here at Spy HQ. All right, let's generate this flight. Black McDeath, thank you for coming in today. Thanks for having a groovy name on Twitch. Actually, it's one of the neat things that I've always enjoyed about Twitch is there are some incredibly creative names for people on Twitch. There really are. Okay. Let's see. This is a PMDG. So I only need to update the a couple of things here. Here comes my flight plan. I'm putting a link in. If you do exclamation point flight plan, you can get my actual flight plan and use it if you'd like. CYYJ, CYLW. All right. I'm also updating the title on Twitch, and that's good. There is, it's a freeware, and then I think it's a payware for Victoria. Okay, that looks good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Sometimes the pre-file takes an extra click. It gets a little hung up. All right, so 27,000 feet. That sounds about right. 27,000 feet. Let's do file. That looks pretty good. Have you noticed that when you are starting to use a lot of applications in dark mode, when you get something that isn't, it's like a little bit of blinded by the light? Okay, that looks really good. And let's come down to Victoria. And let's see if I remember correctly. The terminal is up here, I thought. Nope, I think the terminal is down here because JSG Droid has figured it out. Yep, this is the terminal. If you do get this payware, one of the cool things that you'll find is there's this little museum in Victoria, and it's an airplane museum, and the airplane museum is modeled. So you actually get to go and see the airplane museum. I think that's great. Okay, controls are set. Let's turn the temperature, the volume of the sim down a bit. What else can we do? Turn on the autopilot. There's the autopilot. Make sure that flight directors are off and the autopilot disengage button is back up. Yeah, I was wondering if you were CB Flyer. I was wondering if you were going to be going to using the south runway, the one on the south side. It was really reasonable when we came in, but I could see that you were having a couple of giant blobs on the radar of airplanes coming your way. So I kind of thought you were going to open up that third runway in Atlanta for the event. Almost done loading. You know, GT Boy, I don't think we've ever done a commands command. I should work on a commands command. All right. JSG Droid says take stand 12. Take stand 12. Stand 12. Okay, that's right next to you. I will look for stand 12. Thank you. Do I have a list of all of my add-ons? GT Boy. Hardware, I don't really think so. One of the things I was gonna do on Tuesday, Wednesday is I was going to do a YouTube video with the new camera on the Spy flight deck, the little tour thing. So I was gonna work on that. Chase, I do have Chase Plane. I've got Navigraph. I've got GSX. I really think that the only other thing, except for something like Pushback Helper, is airplanes and airports. I really don't do that many app add-ons, that kind of deal. Beppy's home. Glad you made it home safe. All right, let's go over here. Stretch a bit. Let's see. Do I have issues with my Winwing McDo or the 737 becoming unresponsive? No. The only McDo that I have is the one for the Airbus. That's the only one that I've got, and I only use it with Airbus. So, like, I've got an autopilot for Boeing, but I don't use the Airbus McDo with a Boeing. So that never happens. Yeah, I really think those are about it, GT Boy. Chase plane, GSX, pushback helper, and Navigraph. I think that's really about it. And the only time things become really unresponsive, CB Flyer, is if there's an excessive amount of brew in the cockpit. T-Bird, thanks for being here. Always putting in a smiley face. Those do. Especially the silly little guy there is cool. Kind of keeps it fun. Okay, we need a Boeing 737 PMDG. And it looks like WestJet's already set up, but let's just go and configure and make sure. Yes, excessive brew in the cockpit can have that, right? Yep, there's a WestJet. I think it's the only 737-600 livery I have, except for the Janet Airlines livery. I think that's about it. Save and go back. Whoosh. And that's selected. Save and go back. Whoosh. Oh, there wasn't a whoosh. Okay. Victoria, CYYJ. And Victoria. I'm desperately trying to do a Posh Spice joke right now about Victoria. I just can't put it together. Something's missing from the coffee this morning. And there we go. Gate 12 is the one that JSG Droid said to take. Set as departure. Cool. Oh, Mad Muso is back in chat. It is rainy in South Africa today. Really? Well, it's your fall now, isn't it, Mad Muso? So are you feeling it getting cooler? JSG Droid says here is an ATIS. Victoria information. Approach, it's runway 27. Thanks, JSG Droid. Landing and departing 27. GT Boy, a lot of folks have done what you've done and say so. That's a good thing to do. Is do say intentions for learning ATC and then jumping over to VATSIM. I think that there's a lot of folks that have said that. So JSG Droid, the ATIS that you've got matches what SimBrief gave us for runways. And we're at gate 12. Just updating flight notes here. And all that looks good. So CYYJ, runway 27, direct to Squirrel. And the Piglet 5 arrival to runway 34 into Kelowna. I was just waiting for everything to show up. JSG Droid says that YVR approach is on and that we have ATC. As long as they're approachable. If the approach people are approachable, then we're in good shape.
You need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
It would really be nice if they would change those requirements in GSX for parking brakes and for engines for services. Waiting for this thing to kind of just chill out here. And let's go ahead and go ready to fly. There we go. That looks good. Let's start VPilot. The sim airplanes that we have are getting so freaking good now that you could actually do a real pilot's walk around and check off almost everything that the real pilots have to check off. All right. Connect. WJA, and we're a B737-600, and connect. Start Volanta. How is it that I remember Volanta sometimes, but sometimes just cannot remember it to save my life? Okay, looks good here. And here comes Volanta. And we do flight plan. And there's our flight plan. And that looks good. And I think this is great. Oh, one of the other things that I noticed here, this was really cool. So at the end, check out this chart over here. So this is like your pilot's guide to parking. Okay, so the A line is 737 MAX 9s, or a MAX 8, or an A321. The B line, A220s, 737 600s. That was actually a really cool chart to see here, you know, about where you stop to park. And wow, haven't seen that before. So again, that a really neat little thing at this airport. And they just did such a good job of all this. And if we kind of go up, nope, we got to go into the airplane. Can't go up yet. And if we look over here, we'll see JSG Droids WestJet. Very cool. All right, let's see. I have to refresh Volanta. And Volanta's refreshed. And let's come on down here and turn on and off a few things. So ground operations. If we come over here and click stairs, that'll get rid of the stairs. We could also request ground power, and you also heard the door closing. So you can see the door's now closed and the stairs are going to go away. There goes the stairs. And it shut the door. And we have ground power that's there. Now we'll request the jetway. And then come back out here and you can see here comes our jetway. So you can go and do those sorts of things. And then after that, we'd come over here, open this door. Come over here and look out the window. And you see the jetway is in place. Just like the real people opening an airliner door, make sure that there's a jetway in place. Look down, make sure that the bar has been lifted up out of the clips. Otherwise, you'll blow the slide when you open the door. And then if you come over here, you can open your door and say, hi, jetway. So you can do that. Okay, there's JSG Droids clearance. Looks like you got a little bit of a reroute from the start. We're doing the Millie B1 to Kelna. And then Squirrel. Okay. I'm going to just copy that down and be ready for that. So it's Millie B, Kelna, and then direct to Squirrel. I have not gotten a PDC. I just popped online. I'm just getting stuff going, Ruben. Jim, welcome. Sunday. Thanks for coming by. Chocks are in place. Ground power is in. Door is open. Let's go to door management. Disarm the rest of the doors, just in case. And if you want a little bit of immersion, you can come out here and you could go and open your doors. Got another WestJet here, so you can see the cargo doors open. Hi, cargo door. Navigraph says runway 34 is not used at Kelowna. Okay, all this looks good. Let's come over here and do electronic flight bag. Request data from SimBrief. There is our flight. Let's look at our charts. Departure. And let's go to the airport first. Parking stands. And there's our parking stands. I'm going to stick a pin in that. Let's go to the airport and stick a pin in this. And JSG Droid says get the Milby 1. Okay, it's Mill Bay. The Mill Bay 1 departure. So Mill Bay 1 to Kelowna. Come over here and see there it says maintain altitude 4,000 feet. Now they could change that, but I always like to look at my chart here first, just to make sure that our initial climb is good. Okay, that looks great. Coming into Kelowna, we're doing the Pigloo 5. There's the Pigloo 5 to runway 34. But JSG Droid says that they don't use runway 34 and that we should probably plan on 16. Yeah, that's the one down here. I'm guessing 34 is because there's like a mountain in the way, maybe. So I'm going to change and plan runway 16 for arrival. Now, will the Pigloo, does this work coming in? Is this only for runway 16? I don't think so. I think it's for both runways. Yep, both runways. So, let's see. Before we go over there, it puts us out at Darude, something like that. Now, can we get there from here? Whitman, Avtim, Bogno. That's the Zulu. What about the Yankee? Princeton, Whitman. There's Datbo, but no Darude. ILS Zulu. What about the Yankee? I'll just snag this one and we'll kind of go from there. Airports, info, and parking gates. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. All right, all of that looks good. Let's see. JSG Droid did the Zulu at Mitten. The Zulu at Mitten. There's Datbo over there. Pigloo, Vivek, Darude. So there's Datbo over there. And then the Zulu to 16. There's Datbo over there. I didn't see Mitten. I'm trying desperately to come up with a glove joke right now, but can't do it. Okay, I think we're done hopping down that rabbit hole. It's time to start up the airplane. Give the band a break. This airplane has good startup sounds. I don't think we've got Boris sounds yet, but I'm sure we're going to have Boris sounds soon. So, battery. Ground power on. Position lights are already on. Emergency exit lights are armed and guarded. I'm going to do one fuel pump and start the APU. Come on over here. Flight level 270. Landing altitude. You got to do it manually on this. It's 1420. make sure. 1,420 feet. $1,450, 2014 is the closest we're going to get. Another Reuben is runway 16, ILS Yankee right now. Boris sounds were updated for this and the 900. Oh, really? I think maybe I did download that. I thought it was only for the 800. Void is back. Welcome aboard. Did the expedite climb work for you? That's really cool that it did. Congratulations. Okay, let's go ahead and start the IRS stuff. So turn up the IRS. And we can turn the jams back on. Nav. And the APU should be coming up. Let's do APU bleed and packs. That'll keep our passengers happy, comfy, and don't forget your windshield heaters. No, but how do I descend with the autopilot and climb more when told? There are several different ways to do that. You know, there's the vertical speed. It's the dial on the far right side of the autopilot. Pull that and adjust it so it goes up and down faster. Thing is when you go up, you're going to slow down. When you go down, you're going to go faster. So you might have to adjust your airspeed there too. But that's usually the fast and dirty way. If they say you're not descending fast enough, you can just pull the dial there for vertical speed and crank it down and do what the passengers call a crash dive. Navigation data is good. Position in it. We are at Victoria. This is CYYJ. CYYJ. We are at gate 12. Not in database. Page 2. GPS. Page 1. And enter. That looks good. Okay, let's see. We got Vancouver approach, which is 128.6. 128.6. And let's listen in.
Approach this is Southwest 420 with Alpha, raise pick up 5 bar.
Tim Dogs, you could do open descent. The problem is for me, sometimes open descent just does not get me down as fast as ATC wants me to go.
Terminal, good day. You're by the Mill Bay 1 departure here.
Tyler, welcome back, Tyler. We are just getting going here. We got a nice little WestJet 737 here. And we are in Victoria. And we're on our way to Kelowna. That's right. Tim Dog's right. In a Boeing, it would be... Do I write down all the information? I write down some of it. It's impedious. I write down some of it. A lot of it I'm able to remember, but as you get older, short-term memory starts to fail you, especially the longer that you're flying. So...
And station calling in the water, Stigan.
Information Alpha's aboard.
Papa Hotel 457 Vancouver Terminal, roger. Your squawk code 6216. Papa Hotel 457, roger. And just so I know, are you heading to Victoria first and then Nanaimo?
That's right.
Papa Hotel 457, roger. Call me once you're ready for departure from the water.
Roger, I'll call you for departure from the water. Please say again the
This is a 600.
Papa Hotel 457, squawk code 6216.
Vancouver Terminal, very good evening from, or afternoon, from WestJet 441. We are a 737-600 at stand 12 in Victoria. Information Alpha's aboard, requesting clearance to Kelowna.
WestJet 441, Vancouver Terminal, good day. You're cleared to call on by the Mill Bay 1 departure, Kelowna transition, and then your flight plan direct. Departure runway 27, and your squawk code 6333.
WestJet 441, we are cleared to Kelowna for runway 27, the Mill Bay 1 departure, Kelowna transition, that is filed. Our squawk today is 6333 for WestJet 441.
WestJet 441, the readback is correct. The push and start is at your own discretion, and you can call me once you're ready for taxi.
Push and starts on us. We'll give you a call for taxi, WestJet 441. Thanks.
Think of our terminal.
Victoria, Canada. Not Victoria, Texas, Tyler. Another Ruben, yeah, I think... that is a link to basically my original, like, skeleton version of it. And so what you could do, Ruben, is copy and paste that and then change it so it fits any way that you want. And maybe that'll work for you. So you just grab that link and that will give you what you could cut and paste into it. And maybe that makes life nice. Okay, route. CYYJ. And request the flight plan. And if I'm missing some chat, I'm sorry. I will catch up in just a sec. Let's get this in. And click it again. And select the payload. Passengers are aboard. Select the fuel. Fuel's loaded. And request the route. And then we wait for a second. Route uplink ready. Clear. Load. So one of the things that we obviously don't do, but the real pilots do, is what you're seeing me, putting my flight plan in and everything on my flight management computer. The co-pilot is doing the exact same thing over on the other one. They're two totally separate systems. And that's one of the cool things and then the pilot flying will read off their flight plan. The pilot not flying, make sure that the flight plan is correct and that both of their flight plans match. So there's they duplicate it, but they do it separately to ensure that they're doing the right flight. Okay, it looks good. Activate and execute. And let's do departure and arrival. Departure. Runway 27, Mill Bay 1 departure, Kelowna transition, and engage. That's good. Back to page 1, arrival. We are going with the ILS Zulu, I believe. The Piglu 5 via Yankee Delta Charlie. And Datbo. And engage. Looks good. Back to the route. And time to do performance. Okay, we got everything good up here. I've got APU is up. I have the packs are on. Passengers are comfy. Yeah, everything's good. All right, altitude is 27,000 feet. Cruise winds. You get your cruise winds on your flight plan page. And that's over there. 280 at 27. 280 degrees at 27 knots. Cool. Cost index is 39. 39. Reserves down here at the bottom. Final reserve and alternate is 2.5. Zero fuel weight should be 4.8. I'm going to guess it rounds it to 4.9. It did. And we'll pop that in. And that's good. Now we can go and get ready to do our departure stuff. But first, let's go to ground operations and close the cargo doors. Performance tool. Did I put in 2.0, not 2.5? Happy Pappy, saving the day. I did. 2.5. Happy Pappy, thank you. Whoopsie. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by. I hope all is well. How was your train trip yesterday? You did a train ride, right? All right, so Victoria Airport, runway 27, import the weight, import the weather, altimeter is 3011. There we go, 3011. Cool. And calculate. It was a good train trip. Okay, this looks great. Happy Pappy did the Long Island Railroad from Penn Station to Long Beach via Jamaica Station. I got when I saw you were doing that, I got up this morning and updated my Train Sim World from Steam. Okay, so -2 and 53 degrees. Takeoff is flaps 5. Center of gravity should be 24.1. Yep. And speeds to takeoff. 126, 127, 128. That's easy. 126. 127. 128. Good. Let's see. We'll see you. Ruben's taking off. Fortnite, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Happy evening to you. Hunter Girl, you do Train Sim World? So I've only done 2 routes. The Bernina Express, which is, really, really fabulous. And it's, a real world train ride that I want to go on some year. But then also I did a little bit of the California Zephyr out of Denver. And then I did, I think it was the Bakerloo line from London to Reading. And I was an absolute failure at that. Total failure. I was late. I couldn't stop at the right spots. So it's a good thing I decided not to have a career as a tube driver because I wouldn't have made it. All right. Void Jim, you're basically cruising. You need to descend. You change the autopilot. Okay, you're talking about an Airbus, right, Void Jim? You remember you do have to push and pull. Is that part of it, that you've forgotten to push and pull on your autopilot? And if you don't have an autopilot like this, you click the top or click the bottom. You do the German trains. Which is the one? Which is a good German train, Hunter Girl? I got a few days off coming here soon. That would be fun to learn to do. Okay, everything's good to go here. Let's close the doors. It's time to depart. Oh boy, I don't know how I'm going to close the door here. I don't know if there's a click spot. I don't see a click spot there. We'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way and use the electronic flight bag. When I get my air brake training for driving a bus, it helped my training, your train driving game, because you learned how to do pneumatic brakes. Inner city fast train. Okay, so
Subscriber confirmed.
you said look
Top
at
clearance granted, Agent.
intercity fast
Loyalty
trains.
noted.
Okay, I'm just gonna click that in there and see if I can't look for one of those, because that would be fun. I see the intercities trains, right? Dell just did a resub. Hey Dell, thanks for the resub. All right, let's close the doors. Closing the door. That's right. I've seen some really good YouTube videos of those. Let's arm our doors. Doors are armed. Let's go to ground services. Release the jetway. Happy Pappy was doing a TGV line from Marseille to Avignon. Fortnite. I don't know about Dubai. All right, let's come on down here. It's whatever's best for you, Void J. Whichever channel's best for you. Okay, APU is... Let's do ground power. Doors are closed. Seatbelts can go on. Seatbelts going on. We'll release ground power now. I think the jetway's gone, right? Nope, jetway didn't go. Buckeye says hydrate. Hi, Buckeye. Welcome aboard. The cargo trains. I don't know that I did any of the cargo trains. Oh, and if you're over here, you gotta click your PMDG pens. There you go. Gotta click your PMDG pens. Let's see. All doors are clear. And parking brakes need to go on, so push them. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to release chocks. Chocks are clear, and that page is clear now too. Big J plays the pens for PMDG. You can click the pens in the cockpit for luck. Void J Vibe. Hey, thank you for telling me. I appreciate it. Void J Vibe. Thank you. I appreciate getting to know that. I'll try to remember. I have been known to eventually get it. Fortnite. I don't know. If it was about the war that's popped up, I know that some people want to talk about it. I think we've kind of turned that off a little bit for the moment. Hydrate. Let's get that done. All right. Our heading on departure is too small to read. 269. 269 is our heading. Our initial climb clearance is going to be 4,000 feet according to the charts. Our V2 speed is 128. The altimeter's set. Flight directors are going on. Flight director's going on. And everything looks good there. Let's get our fuel pumps ready to go. Fuel pumps all ready to go. I think it's time to go. Let's see. Flight attendant seats. Let's get GSX to push us back. My guess is straight back here, right? Prepare for pushback and departure.
Subscriber
I think you're
confirmed.
right. We do need
Top
a spy
clearance
hat
granted,
cracker.
Agent.
Thank you for that.
Royalty noted.
Happy Pappy is talking about yard missions for Canadian Rail. I watched a really cool video the other day about the Canadian Rail trip. There's it's basically...
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
It's basically, I think it was Toronto to Vancouver. It's like a 5-night super duper first class rail trip. It looked like it was a neat, across Canada. Yeah, I thought that was neat. Okay.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Almost ready to go. And let's go ahead and start squawking. Transponder.
Contact Vancouver Tower now on 118.7.
Welcome to Vancouver Tower, 118.7 about Hotel Alpha.
Locking gear.
What's time to 492, contact Tower 118.7.
187, Lufthansa 492, bye-bye.
WestJet 96 Romeo, proceed direct Janik on course.
Okay, we got two pushing back, so I'm just going to wait for a second here. Pappy Pappy worked for them as a ramp rat.
Once you're ready at the end, you can contact
Happy
the
Pappy
tower,
can tell you some stories about working on the ramp. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
If you really want to get some juicy conversations going with Happy Pappy, you can ask Happy Pappy about driving the Blue Juice truck. Fortunately, it never overturned on Happy Pappy, at least not that we know of. JSG Droid, it is. It's also, when you taxi by, you'll see the museum with all the airplanes. The Blue Juice truck. Zazab, did I say that right? I believe it's the Fly Tampa, Zazab. I'll make sure.
Papa Hotel, kill off the Yankee Vancouver terminal.
Terminal, Papa does this.
Yeah, kill off the
Here it is right here. It's the Fly Tampa. It's about 20 bucks at Orbix, Contrail, 16 bucks at the marketplace. I'm going to send you a link for that. But this was like one of the first Fly Tampas that I got. It's the second one, actually. It was the second one I got. The first that I got, I remember, was over in X-Plane, and it was the one for Athens. I mean, and it was sort of like, wow, is Fly Tampa scenery amazing. Balz's Builds. Did I say that right? Thanks for hitting the subscription button on YouTube. We got a Southwest and a WestJet, so I'm not even going to bother by calling them until they're ready to taxi.
Vancouver Terminal, WestJet 331, Victoria, request taxi.
You can see this airplane is kind of hopping up and down a little bit. That means either the captain or the co-pilot had way too much coffee today. Never overturned, but I did have a lav dump on you a couple times before the host. Oh, I forgot about that. You have a garbage pail under the hole in case you have to manually dump the bucket. Oh, I forgot about that. Yes. A couple of times telling the story about, yeah. Very scary. And there goes the next WestJet. The coffee is always so good. That's, yeah, mornings are still my favorite time of the day for morning coffee and stuff. Hunter Girl, which train sim version do you have that has the intercity fast trains? Ruben says Kelowna is 119.6. Thanks, Ruben. Okay, thank you. So the Southwest is going to wait there.
WestJet 1959, roger, contact me airborne.
Dom T Gaming, yeah, that's part of why it is that I bought the little camera that I bought.
cleared for takeoff runway 27 and when passing.
But I still actually watch a lot of those. Vancouver Terminal, hello again. WestJet 441 at stand 12. Information Alpha remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
WestJet 441, roger. Startup and pushback is at your own discretion. Just use caution for that southwest just behind you there.
We will avoid bumping into the southwest. WestJet 441, thanks. Let's go. Strobes. Cabin call.
Commencing push.
And away we go.
All engines clear.
Yeah, the
Start at
cross
will.
countries, most of the ones that I watch are European.
Vancouver Terminal, United 1868,
You know, I enjoy watching the
United 1868, Vancouver Terminal, roger. You're identified.
night jet
16,000.
trips that people are taking
Up to 16,000.
in Europe. Those look like those would be really nice. And it looks like, and Nightjet just continues to do really good stuff. Hydraulic pumps.
1868, terminal setting 180.
Starting engine number 2.
Left to 180, United 1868.
Engine number 2 starts. Start a pump on. $17, $18, $19, and $20. And fuel.
Okay, 1868, continue to turn heading 080.
Alright, left 080, United 1868.
Ruben is going to do a drone cam.
Still off the Yankee, roger. You are identified. You can turn left now to the address of Vancouver Airport.
Turn left now, push to direct Vancouver Airport. Stop at the seat.
Yeah,
WestJet 1959,
our
roger,
marshalers
blocking 6453,
apparently are immune from being sucked into the engines.
6453 par.
Which 747s? So we're waiting for the 747s to come out from PMDG. Like to get to 200. I did a flight on, I believe, a 400. And I remember that one was a fun trip. And then obviously the 800. Hunter Girl doesn't like the buses on the Euro Truck Sim 2. Are they just not accurate, or?
WestJet 1959, you're identified.
Fuel.
Climb 16, 16,000.
Run now 16,000.
Unlocking gear.
Fuel off the Yankee. Are you planning to climb above 2,500?
Climb above 2,500. Papa W50.
Sorry, fuel off the Yankee. You are planning to climb above 2,500?
Tow truck disconnected.
I'm trying to 3,000.
Physics is for nerds.
Left is clear.
Fuel off the Yankee.
Well, then I'm a proud nerd, because we love physics.
Yeah, 3,000 feet is above Yankee.
It's my favorite class in school. I sucked at it, but it was my favorite class in school. Here comes our crew chief, and going to show us a gear pin. Yay, we can steer the airplane. And if we were nice to the crew chief, we'll get a nice wave, otherwise they'll flip us off. So we were
WestJet
nice.
1959, turn left, heading 060.
Packs back on. Generator flip. Generators are on the engines. Isolation valve off. APU bleed off. Let's turn on the yaw dampers, monitor the generator on engine 1, and we have to turn the probe heaters on manually. And we're done with the APU. Continuous restart for takeoff. Flaps are going to be 5. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes RTO.
Fuel off the, yeah, do you have charts on board? Do you know where active pass is?
Ruben liked Physics and chemistry.
Now,
They are coming buses in the next updates for Euro truck. I choose a truck. You like the trucks more than the bus? Well, I'm kind of not surprised because you know, your occupation means that, you know, you get to spend time around some pretty cool trucks. Ruben, you were a paralegal that studied broadcast engineering. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, broadcast was actually pretty cool. Terminal, hello again. WestJet 441 pushed and started from stand 12. Information Alpha remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Russia 441, Roger, runway 27, the altimeter 3011, taxi to via Alpha, Sierra, and Echo, cross runway 32. Call me once you're ready for departure.
WestJet 441 is going to taxi to runway 27 via Alpha Sierra Echo, clear to cross runway 32. We'll give you a call when ready for departure, WestJet 441.
United 1868, Vancouver.
Are we ready to go? Taxi light.
Alright, we'll see you later. Have a good day.
And let's turn off GSX.
1959, proceed direct. Yankee, Delta,
Parking brakes
Charlie.
off.
Now direct Yankee Delta Charlie.
And here we go. Hope I didn't keep Southwest there too long. And there is our cute little Southwest, our cute little 737.
Left 060, WestJet 331.
A lot of the broadcast engineering types of things don't exactly translate to live stream digital, but it's still, you can still learn an awful lot from that.
Kilo Alpha Yankee, climb to 3,000.
Well, you do actually run the throttle up a little bit like that, Lord Falcons, to get it rolling. Trim for takeoff is going to be
420, no problem. Runway 27, the altimeter
5.4.
Follow the WestJet 37, cross runway 32, hold short 27. Call me once you're ready for departure.
Altimeter 3011 will follow that WestJet cross runway 32.
If you look up here, I was yapping about a museum. There is the BC Aviation Museum. So, and if you go and you get this airport, you kind of just go and look all around the airport and check their stuff out.
Yankee Delta Charlie for WestJet 331.
Are you going to start driving that fire truck soon? The new one that you got? So you're going to start being one of the drivers? Happy Pappy could drive an ambulance. JSG Droid says this is going to be a fun departure. So you get to start driving the fire truck soon. Boy, that's probably a hard job because you've got all the idiot other drivers that get in your way and you've got to get where you're going.
WestJet 331, contact center 133.7.
133.7 for WestJet 331. Thanks, ADC. Bye-bye.
This airport is a little bit lumpy. Happy Pappy has driven a Thomas 40-foot school bus, an H345 motor coach, and a shuttle bus. It's going to be a VNAV heading hold departure. VNAV is armed. Heading hold is now armed and ready to go. Auto throttle's going on. Auto throttle is armed. Lord Falcons, there's a number of airports that have invisible dips and other things like that. Little Rock? Yeah, that's one of those well-named icy cows, right? And Echo is right over there. Good thing this airplane has got four-wheel drive to get up the hill.
Thank you for terminal Hotel Kilo Alpha Juliet. Request to climb 4,000 feet.
Hotel Kilo Alpha Juliet, Vancouver Terminal, get a
You also drove the pushback sled at the airport, Happy Pappy, and I'll bet you drove, well, we know you drove the blue juice truck, and you drove the, probably a baggage cart.
You do have traffic just off your nose, 12 o'clock, 5 miles, same direction.
I think you probably drove a tug, so you know, tugged some airplanes around too, so you've driven a lot of stuff, Happy Pappy. And I know you've driven to Tim Hortons for, I know you've driven to Tim Hortons for Timbits.
Yankee, do you have them in sight?
Not yet in sight. Negative. Papa Delta Yankee.
Philadelphia Yankee, roger.
Terminal, hello again. WestJet 441 approaching the business end of runway 27, fully ready for departure.
WestJet 441, roger. The Victoria winds are calm. Contact me passing 1,000 feet. You're cleared for takeoff runway 27.
Runway 27 clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we will contact you passing 1,000 feet, WestJet 441. Happy Pappy gets a medium dark roast, 1 milk, 1 sugar, and an apple fritter is your usual Timmy's order. I heard that the burgers are supposed to be awesome too, or maybe they were at one point. Actually, no, this is a LNAV departure, not a heading select departure. Oh, we need a little bit of oomph going up a little bit of a hill here.
Philadelphia Yankee, that traffic is still just off
Subscriber confirmed.
at 3 miles.
T-Bird gifted a sub to Happy Pappy.
Loyalty noted.
Oh, T-Bird, that was nice of you. Thank you. Thanks for being nice to Happy Pappy.
Traffic in front of me climbing to 4,000.
All right, landing lights. Let's go. Throttle's up halfway. Engines are stable.
Alpha Juliet,
Clock is running.
Able to see them yet, the traffic
Thrust.
6 o'clock, 3 miles. Type possession 3,500. They are overtaking you with about 30 knots.
Checked.
Now, Papa Delta Yankee.
Next to off the Yankee, roger, do you have that traffic in sight?
Traffic still not in sight. Papa Delta Yankee.
Command. Terminal, hello again. WestJet 441 passing 1,000 feet. And no scratches on the paint.
WestJet 441, Vancouver Terminal, sounds good. Your radar identified. Climb 16,000.
Climbing now 16,000 for WestJet 441. Always good to make sure that they know that you didn't scratch the paint. A new adventure begins. And flaps up.
fuel off at Juliet. If you wanted to start your climb at 2,500 to let the company traffic go past.
Yeah, we can maintain...
Flaps are up. We got the flaps up and didn't create a flap.
That traffic will be capped to 1,000 feet below you. You can increase your speed capacity.
And landing gear is off. Auto brakes are off. After takeoff items are good.
Deck you off the Yankee, do you have them in sight or?
And progress. Up. Gotta hit the FMC button to get out of all that. Now we got progress. I don't think we have to worry about too many alligators up here in Victoria. Left turn now, 060 for WestJet 441.
Southwest 420, are you ready for departure?
Southwest 420 is ready to go.
Southwest 420, roger. The winds are contacting passing 1,000 feet. You're cleared for takeoff runway 27.
Runway 27 cleared for takeoff. We'll call you when passing 1,000. Southwest 420.
Okay, congratulations today. We're passing 300.
Viper 1, roger. You identified climb 16 for 18,000.
16,000 for Viper 1.
Viper 1, the high speed climb is approved.
High speed climb is approved. Viper 1 big.
060 is our new heading, going up to 16,000 feet. And the airplane is behaving perfectly. The captain is behaving relatively good too.
Yeah, Viper 1, what's your final cruising altitude?
We got the 8,000 in our flight plan, but we could take anything we like.
Okay, Viper 1, roger that. I had a different altitude for you in your flight plan, but you're requesting 8,000.
I was just looking to see if there was a night jet. And Train Sim World doesn't have an official night jet, but somebody made a consist for a direct Yankee Delta Charlie now for WestJet 441. I can't use the Airbus McDo. Yankee Delta Charlie. And out we go. So somebody made this consist for a night jet. It looks relatively good. It's a payware.
Southwest 420, passing through 3,200 feet for 4,000.
Oh wow, they actually did some of the cabins too.
No worries, just saying I'm passing through 3,600 feet for 4,000 for Southwest.
So they actually did some of the cabin on this one too. If you're interested, that might be fun. I'm going to start doing a few train things. I'm getting kind of a train crazy. Let's make the map a little bit bigger. And direct to Yankee Delta Charlie. Jesus Sotorino, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Jamal, I hate to tell you this, I don't know. I've got like apartment internet, and it's so whatever. It's like $40 a month, so I can't whine, right? Somebody was asking about the panel. This panel is from Wind Control, and it's just the Boeing panel. I don't remember. It was a gift. It was a gift. Ruben, the first time in NA where I'm not getting any vectors. And 16,000 feet.
WestJet 441, contact Vancouver Center 133.7. Thanks for flying.
133.7 for WestJet 441. Thanks for the nice departure. Have a good week.
You too, bye.
If you're new to this flight sim stuff and you want to start doing VATSIM, but you're a little scared about some of the controllers because you've seen us flying around, you know, Frankfurt Friday, vectors to Copenhagen, and it says, I could never do that. Thing is, if you want to start doing a little bit of flying in Canada, these are some of the nicest controllers and some of the most patient. Now, if you're going into like Toronto Thursdays where there's a gazillion airplanes, they're not going to have time. But a lot of the other places, the controllers are really good, especially if you're new on VATSIM. Toronto Center, very good evening. WestJet 441 is direct to Yankee Delta Charlie at 16,000 feet.
WestJet 441 Vancouver Center, hello, climb flight level 270.
Climb now, flight level 270, WestJet 441. Up and away. Happy Pappy says that Winwing has Hornet hardware. Yeah. Some really good hardware for fighter jets that you could use on DCS World and stuff. Himyam, good nabin, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today.
What's at 90? We're going to really compare for that.
Vancouver Center citation, November 1 Tango Mike's ready to copy IFR clears from Chili Wag to Kelowna.
November 1 Tango Mike, Vancouver Center, Roger, stop that one.
Okay. JSG Droid is requesting the RNAV X-ray at Vivek. Happy Pappy says there's somebody that made a really good A10 cockpit. Oh, altimeter, standard cabin call. Let the flight attendants get up. Flight attendants getting up. Oh. Landing lights, taxi light, slack, continuous restart off. Didn't do the strobes. Boy, slacking all over the place on this. I kind of think I've officially hit the point in the weekend where it's just time to kind of sit back in a first class seat, have a nice beverage, look out the window and enjoy.
Altimeter 3011 when ready, descent 12 minutes.
3,000 and 13,000.
Up from 12, 1, 2, 12 minutes.
T-Bird, a link for the camera. The one that I got?
Number 1 Tango Mike, ready to copy clear.
Yeah.
1 Tango Mike.
Hang on.
Number 1 Tango Mike, you clear to Kelowna via the Chilliwack Airport flight plan route. Climb 16,000, squawk 6325.
Flight plan route 16,000, 16,000, squawk 3625, 1 Tango Mike.
Almost there, T-Bird.
Squawk 6325.
KDCY, haven't figured that out now. Yes, yet.
And November 1 Tango Mike, readback is correct.
And there you go, T-Bird.
You can switch
There's a
back to
couple of
VMS,
extras that I've had to pick up for this, though.
Roger, we'll call.
And I'll tell you about those if you want. I've had to get some extra cables. I also suggest a neutral density filter. I have those for like my really good outdoor camera and stuff like that. So, oh, I haven't turned the camera on yet. So I did pick up a neutral density filter, 2 cables. One is an HDMI, the other one just to be able to charge it up. Noah is over. Hi, Noah. Welcome on. I hope things are good on YouTube. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts. But really, the biggest reason that I picked it up, T-Bird, was because I'm losing pixels. That camera is slowly dying. So I needed to replace that anyway. And by doing this camera, I will be forced to get out and do it. I am planning to do that, Reese. I'm planning to try and take this and do some outdoor adventures.
Thank you, the Spencer Osprey 719 for
Noah, you've got a bug again? Does that mean you're not feeling good? You're sick, Noah? Get well soon. Being sick is never fun.
Departure flight plan, departing runway 16 and squawk 1543.
181 miles from Kelowna.
1543, Osprey 719
Osprey 719 please, okay, correct.
And eventually, in a in a year or so, I'm hoping to be able to actually take it on some actual trips. I don't know. We'll see if I can actually get successful enough at this twitching and YouTubing to be able to do that. Would I go back onto a sailboat or something? I never was a narrowboater. I had a sailboat, and still do. It's on the trailer, and I lived there for too long. It's like a member of the family. But it was. It wouldn't have been considered a narrowboat. All right, seat belts should have been auto. And let's see, lights off. Continuous restart off. Cruising altitude, make sure the cabin is good. Would I do a narrowboat? I don't know. I lived on the boat for 6 years. It was great. I don't know that now that this is starting to turn gray, if that's what I'd rather do. I think I would rather spend the money that you would have to spend on living on a boat and stuff like that on travel. Finding a good place to relocate Spy HQ. Take the boat with me, but I don't know that I want to pay to live on it again. And, single-handing a sailboat, even one the size of mine, was not the easiest thing to do. Was able to do it. Didn't get any trouble, didn't get knocked overboard. Nobody had to come and rescue me, so that was good.
Citation 1 Tango Mike's holding short, runway 7, ready for departure.
Never won any races or anything like that. But I will also tell you, if you get a chance to go and live in a world like, with things like that, I do recommend it.
November 1 Tango Mike.
That was really pretty special.
Now, what if they are born in 5 minutes? Switch back to the MS and Coleman description.
Noah, we are doing our second flight. I'm not sure what we're going to do next.
Abram, call me passing.
We'll go call you passing 8,000. 1 Tango Mike.
So we just departed out of Victoria going to Kelowna. You can see there's a little ATC here. And Kelowna does have ATC up right now. So still departing runway 16. Looks like we got some ATC popping up here. Salt Lake is up.
1959, descend 9,500.
Looks like Seattle, Oakland, Albuquerque, Chicago is up. We could do some CRJing. Okay, Seattle just went to bed. Bozeman's up. Jackson Hole, Salt Lake. Looks like a little bit of Seattle is up. Winnipeg's up, or as I'm told they like to call it, Winterpeg. Been doing a lot of flying around Florida. Little bit of ATC around Hawaii, but not an awful lot. Are they doing anything? Polaris? Nah, Polaris isn't up right now. They had Tromsø and Alta. Germany's up right now, but usually about now, especially on a Monday, Germany's going to go to bed because tomorrow's Monday.
WestJet 96 Romeo, welcome to Kelowna, straight at Charlie 8.
I did, I think the furthest was 21, 22 miles out and back off the coast, coast of the Gulf Coast near Corpus Christi. I was out with about 5 other people. I was by myself. I'm glad I did it once. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. It was great, but no. It was a 22-mile route that we took. And oh my gosh, it was not a smooth. That one was not a smooth ride. I got really bounced about hard on that one. 28 miles to top of descent. Let's see. We do have an ATIS for Kelowna. Well, there was one. Kelowna Information, India.
Vancouver Center.
Altimeter 3011.
November 1 Tango Mike, Vancouver Center, you identified. Climb flight level 230.
230, 1 Tango Mike.
November 1 Tango Mike, I have for your file 190, you can stop climb the flight level 190.
3011 is our altimeter. I loaded in the ILS Zulu to runway 16. I'm just going to stick with that and we'll make it visual. It'll be a visual arrival. Not really Sloop John B, more like Captain Ron in my case. 1660. 1660. (1630) 1,660 feet are minimum.
Cleared for the RNF X-ray.
1660, good, we're all set there. Ruben has landed, minus 381, but the more important number, Ruben put the more important number up, 1.17 Gs. That's what we really should carry out. Pauliat says, I think we should set ourselves a challenge for next week and not check the landing rate for a single landing for a full week. You think that's gonna happen? Oh my gosh. It's an admirable goal. You know, we should check our G's for landing and our position for landing. And I think as flight simmers, we're just so well trained. 111.3. 111.3. And our inbound course is 160. 160. There we go. All set to land. If I would stop, oh yeah, absolutely. If I were to stop that, yeah, for sure. I would do that for sure. And let's bring in the map. Click. 40 miles. Top of descent, almost descent time. Oh, that's what we do, Ruben. I mean, yeah, Pauliot's right. The two things we care about is, did we put our main landing gear on the two big white bars on the runway? That's goal number one. Goal number two is to get, hang on, Vancouver Center, high from WestJet 441, approaching top of descent.
WestJet 441, right at the Kelowna altimeter, 3011, when ready, descend 12 passes.
12,000 for WestJet 441. The altimeter at Kelowna is 3011. But the second thing is what were our G's? WestJet 441, how about if we go with the ILS Zulu runway 16? Because I got it.
441, that sounds perfect. ILS Zulu 16, get up.
Thank you so much from WestJet 441, ILS Zulu 16. But the other thing, and Polyot found out from, you know, the real aviation industry, that what we care about the most for landing is our G's for landing. So did we land the airplane in the right spot, and were our landing G's between 1.2 G's and 1.45 G's? That's what we're supposed to be going for. That's the gold standard. Now the problem is most of us who have been flight simmers for like a gazillion years just can't stop doing the landing rate.
Proceed direct Almon, Alpha Lima.
But no, Ruben, it's okay to post those
Mike,
numbers. We all do.
5 arrival.
Happy Pappy's going to do the return trip from Long Beach to Penn Station. There is a single track bridge.
Direct Almon, Seacount 5 arrival. It might take me just a moment here. Won't take me.
Canutus says it's hot tub time. Pick a 5-string. The big old white bars are the aim points, so most touchdowns are past them. If you land on them, you are aiming a bit short. Ruben is in Virginia right now. Oh, you're in a VA, they don't allow above 1.3 Gs? Polyot, I asked EasyJet about theirs to see if there's a difference between Easy and Speedbird.
WestJet 331 at the Eastern 8,300.
Descending 8,300 for WestJet 331.
My airplane really slowed me down there.
Hello, the Southwest 420 near my
way too high here. Noah is, are you later? Are you late tonight? All right, we're doing a bit of a dive now. Passengers wanted us to do a little dive so that they could be weightless back in the cabin.
Southwest 420, when ready, descend 13,000 on the altimeter 3011. Plan for the ILS Zulu 16 approach, Bradford transition.
That was somebody else, right?
Break, Lufthansa Cargo 823, so no further.
Ooh, we've got a Lufthansa Cargo flying overhead.
Welcome, for that day. WestJet 1959, the Kelowna winds 1.05, running 16, clear to land.
Right, we went to Blue Land, WestJet 1959.
Southwest 420, center.
Down to 13,000 for Southwest 420, altimeter 3011. Expect the ILS Zulu for 16 with the depot transition, Southwest 420.
Roger. WestJet 331, you cleared, ILS Zulu 16 approach, depot transition.
WestJet 331, cleared the ILS Zulu 16 approach, depot transition.
WestJet 1959, speed 160 or greater until 4 mile final.
16 or greater till 4 miles.
WestJet 331, speed 180 now.
WestJet 331, speed 180.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, what are you expecting?
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, runway 16, taxi via Delta Ultra Alpha.
Finally catching up with our descent. Good evening. Good knob and Tom. Welcome aboard.
71 Alpha Golf, we can go from Alpha.
Roger.
I think we caught up with our descent. We got really high on this thing. No OBS for Ruben's run. I have my drone cam set up. Ruben Lunda, did I check it? What is the, oh, what's this panel that I'm using? That's the Airbus. It's the Boeing autopilot from Wind Control. The Boeing autopilot from Wind Control. Bringing the map to 20. Happy Pappy is having Long Island iced tea for driving on Long Island. Don't want you to feel railroaded into doing anything like that, Happy Pappy. You knew that the railroad jokes were going to be on track. I'm just trying to couple together another joke so I can have 3 of them. Ooh, little bump there. Little bump in the air. And 12,000 feet. With that kind of drinky poo, I will just be getting railed. I think we're probably getting mountain waves, like you just said. I think that's exactly what we were getting. Some jokes in the middle of the flight.
9,500.
Train jokes have no place on this platform.
WestJet 441 center.
WestJet 441, hello.
WestJet 441, descend 9,500.
Descend now, 9,500, WestJet 441. Thanks, Captain Chris. I wasn't sure if that was mine or not.
November 1 Tango Mike, roger the altimeter 3011 and descend 12,000.
3011.
Snowboard, welcome aboard. You're never late here at Spy HQ.
Plan for the ILS Zulu 16 approach.
You're never late here at Spy HQ.
ILS 16 approach, and what was that transition?
Dot-boat.
Dot-boat, 1 second.
Cabin crew, seats for landing. Gonna need a little speed brake here. And you can see some of the speed brake stuff is actually modeled in the airplane too, so you can go and check it out.
WestJet 331, it is yours.
WestJet 331, speed allowance, thanks.
November 1 Tango Mike, stop descent.
Not sure what we're going to do next.
13,000, 1 Tango Mike.
This was kind of a short flight.
Southwest 420, descent 9.
Captain Chris says it's foggy in Kelowna.
WestJet 441, descent 8,300.
Descend now 8,300, WestJet 441. Flaps 1.
WestJet 331, the Kelowna winds 170, clear land 16.
Clear to land runway 16 for WestJet 331.
Speed brakes armed, auto brakes set. How about flaps 2?
Vancouver, WestJet 1959, off at Charlie.
WestJet 959, stored at Charlie, apron your discretion.
Radar discretion at Charlie.
And November 1 Tango Mike, hold VVEC as published, expect further clearance at
Oh my gosh, somebody got a hold. Hi Jessup, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in.
Published, 1 Tango Mike.
WestJet 441, you clear the ILS Zulu 16 approach, DATBO transition.
WestJet 441 cleared for the ILS Zulu. DATBO transition for runway 16. We were talking about maybe taking A300. No, the A340 out of Princess Juliana and going over to Kingston or something like that. Maybe we could do that. Minus 437 JSG Droid did a complete hands-on approach. A very nice arrival. And 42... JSG Droid says it is going to be a nice and scenic approach. I'm going to wait till I get over the river. Get over the water and then we'll give it a shot. Another Ruben, your game... oh really? Did you have a crash? Those are never fun. $180.
Ray 71 Alpha Golf, line up away 21-6 at Alpha.
Line up away runway 16 at Alpha.
All right, let's see here. Landing gear back on. Can we see, what can we see out there? Not a lot yet. Let's let it make our final turn. And when we can start seeing a runway, that'll be good. Landing gear's ready to go. We could use some more flaps. Here goes. Let's see if we can see the landing gear. The runway. Okay, lights are all good. Cabin is set. Everything looks good to go there.
9,500.
Off-world. Good to see you. Our descent should be decent.
WestJet 331, welcome to Kelowna, taxi Delta with apron to discretion.
Delta to apron, our discretion. Thank you very much for ATC. Have a good one.
Beaver 71 Alpha Golf, call me passing 4,000, the Kelowna wind 19705, take off 16.
Oh my gosh, I don't see anything that looks like a runway from here. I'm going to arm the approach, get a little help from that.
8,300 for
Saeed, welcome back in. So far, so good. How about you? I don't see anything that looks like a runway. Nope, don't see it at all. I think we're going to let the autopilot do a little work here.
To hold the descent 110.
11000, 110.
Caution, terrain.
Terrain?
Caution, terrain.
125
Caution,
to land, so
terrain.
we'll call it 127. JSG
Caution,
Droid
terrain.
says, remember this is an offset landing. Offset localizer. So inbound is 160. Something was offset. It is an Nvidia 3060.
441, the wind
An
is
Nvidia
135 on
3060.
16 land.
WestJet 441. Runway 16, click land.
Glide slope.
Taxi light on.
Glide slope.
420, you cleared Isla Zulu
160. The
Glide
course is
slope.
offset to 174.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
Harold's passed the S1 exam. 3 cheers for Harold's today. Good job.
420, you cleared the Isla Zulu 16 approach, start for transition.
Cleared the 16 Island approach, demo transition.
Osprey 7 Alpha Golf, passing 5,000 foot.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, thank you for sending your identified climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Osprey 7 Alpha Golf.
November 1 Tango Mike, descend 9,500.
9,500, 1 Tango Mike.
You normally don't throw out your flaps like that, like I just did.
November 1 Tango Mike,
But
holding cancel at Viva
I'm a little busy,
rejoin the
so I don't have time to
Island.
reach over and grab them.
Hold cancel.
It's a missed approach. Yeah, it does look a little misty, doesn't it?
One course Sender, good day.
Hi, Viper Strike, welcome aboard.
Level 360 on that peak.
Crafton Chris says it was a great departure. 3 cheers to JSG Droid for saying let's go to Victoria this time.
1270 for the stroke. Air Canada 231.
The whooshing sound is my trim. I'm using that to trim my descent. I think we're all getting lost in the fog here.
WestJet 441, monitor Kelowna Tower on 119.6.
119.6 now for WestJet 441. We'll monitor. Thanks.
Osprey 71 Alpha Golf, proceed right boost.
Terrain, terrain, pull up. Terrain, terrain, pull up.
Wasn't expecting a frequency change. Got the runway. Kelowna Tower, hi there, WestJet 441, short finals for 16. Good Abend, Ben. Thanks for coming in. Little bit of a breeze might have blown us off, or I was just being lazy.
Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
Finally, we see the runway.
Minimums.
Landing.
$100.
Auto throttles off.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Reverse. Green.
Golden Tower, the Southwest 420 established on the ILS Zulu 416.
Southwest 420, tower winds 170 at 5, cleared to land runway 16.
16 cleared to land, Southwest 422.
Kelowna Tower, hi there, WestJet 441 just exited runway 16 at Charlie.
WestJet 441, welcome to Kelowna. You can taxi to your gate via Charlie, apron your discretion.
Charlie, aprons on us for WestJet 441. Thanks. Hey, there's a gate over there. Let's go over there. This was a nice landing. This one felt really pretty good. Of course, I always say that these landings feel pretty good, and then am sadly disappointed. Now, Polyot says we're not supposed to look at this one other number. So we're only going to look at G's. My G's were 1.03. A 181! Sorry, you knew that I was going to be weak about that, didn't you? You knew I was going to be weak. Unsportsmanlike celebration continues. Yes. Unsportsmanlike celebration. Come on, airplane. Let's get around the turn. JSG Droid, it felt like a great landing. Sphinx Music gigantified the Air Berlin emote. Always good to heart that one. You know, if there was an option, if they had an option to turn off that landing rate in, you know, that you only see what we really should care about, I would probably click that one. I'd probably click that option. Snowboard, it felt good. And we'll go for gate 4. But this is a really pretty approach. JSG Droid says I was in the TD zone too. They should have people dressed in NFL refs and so that, you know, signal a touchdown like that. Parking brakes. Parking brakes are set. Okay, speed brakes are down, flaps are up, auto brakes are off, APU is available. We'll put that into, let's flip that in there. And engine number 1, engine number 2, and we should turn off the transponder, get off of the squawking, so standby and standby. Leave one fuel pump on for our APU, and we'll also do the hydraulic pumps. And these go off up here. And that looks good. Let's turn on the bleed. Keep the AC going in the airplane. Let the flight attendants get up first and come over here. And we're going to do ground operations. Get chocks in place. Here come chocks. Let's request ground power. Let's request that jetway. And sometimes clicking, there comes the jetway. It's coming. With the jetway on its way, let's go to door management, disarm our doors, open up the cargo bays. Cargo bays are opening. Cargo bays are open. And here, the Southwest arrived too. Does anybody still fly the 600? Janet Airlines does. I think WestJet has retired these. So I think these are old. And they don't do this one anymore. And open the door. So I'm not sure. Scott Scan, big up to the broadcast engineers. Absolutely. 3 cheers to broadcast engineers. Detergent Foot, welcome aboard. Flew from SeaTac to LA as a passenger yesterday on Frontier. The landing was hard. Did they have to do an inspection? Polyot says, I think the general rule for an inspection is you have to basically be over 600 feet per minute for that. Beppy says that bookings for 24 hours of VATSIM is now live. Let's see. Because of you, I made a lot of flights. I would never choose to go to these airports. I know these are cool. And I know that I sometimes am guilty of doing the same old airports, but only an airline from the Middle East is flying the 600s now. Okay, so let's see. The hour is still young. There is ATC all over. We could go back to Victoria. Flying up here to Prince George is a bit of a haul. We could go to Vancouver from Kelowna. There's YYC. There's nothing at YYC right now. So we could do that. We could come down here. Salt Lake is up. Jackson Hole is open. Boise, Bozeman. Colorado Springs is open, but Denver is closed. The Californias are up and running. We've also got St. Louis is up. We were in Atlanta yesterday. Detroit is up. What about outside of the U.S.? Anything in Brazil? Oh, there's a little activity in Brazil. Ooh. Anybody feel like a air bridge? Anybody feel like a Rio air bridge today? Air bridge, anybody? Rio air bridge? Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro? That's a fun flight. That's a great turn to landing. Santos Dumont is on 20 left. Keeping an eye out on chat. See if anybody says, yeah, let's do that. Like I'm kind of saying. So SBSP to SBRJ. Eric likes the air bridge. JSG Droid. SBRJ in the A340. Yeah, I'll make chicken sounds about that one. Sunday, March 1st, there's another event at SAEF. Is that going on right now? I'm just putting together stuff. SBSP. SBRJ. That's a nice one. All right. Let me update the next command. And that'll give you icy cows for this flight. That was or I'm not a. Oh, did I miss a word in there? And did I miss a joke? I probably did. All right, the next command is up. Captain Chris is going to call it a night. Good night, Captain Chris. Thanks for coming in. We'll see you next time. Okay, the next command is up. I will see you in Sao Paulo. I didn't know we were going to have an air bridge today. All right, next question, what to take? Next question, what to take? Well, the most sensible is what they usually fly in there, an A319 or an A320 or 737. Probably a 700 is what they would be doing for that. You might be able to get away with something bigger, but remember, Sao Paulo is not that big either. Snowboard says a Goal 737 would probably be the best one to take. Okay, so we already know Santos Dumont is landing on 20 left. So 20 left looks good. SBSP, so let's come and see what's going on down here. SBSP. Let's see. Departure runway 17 right. 17 right, 20 left. LATAM flies the A321. This is supposed to be the busiest air corridor in Brazil. Let's see what actually flies this. So SBSP, SBRJ, Santos Dumont. So here, it is a bit of a tricky approach. Okay, so Gol flies a 737-800. LATAM Brazil flies A319s. Azul flies an E190. So 738s, 738s, 73s, E-jets, and stuff like that. I like the E-jets. They're fun. Right now I have a bad attitude about having to jump through extra hoops and stuff to do their nav data. When they fix that, I'll get back into the E-jets. And I know, somebody like me, I should not have attitude, right? Come on, that's just tacky. Okay, we do have goals, so a 738 or a 737. Let's see if we've got that in command center or comm center or whatever it's called. PMDG. And I really do hope that they get the E-jets. You know, they get the E-jets set up. So let's see, they said 800 or 700? 800. Let's see if we have goal here. Air Berlin. Hey, we could take Air Berlin in there. I'm sure that would fit in very well. That would fit in very, very well at, oh, there it is. I've got it loaded. A Goal 737 800. I think that's what we'll do, a 738. You can do whatever you want. JSG Droid was thinking about an A340. Okay, so we've already got that in there. All right, let's see. Well, we can still fly with the autopilot and everything else. Let's start sim. Oh, wait a minute. Make sure you've got the airport loaded. So Santos Dumont Airport is really nice. It's a good Default, that's the word I'm looking for. Good default scenery. But there is one for Sao Paulo. SBSP. And it's a Zoffy, and it's pretty good. So you definitely want that. But we've also got SBRJ is already set. So we got the scenery. Now we can load in the sim. JSG Droid says, respectfully no. Respectfully no that you're not going to fly the A340? Or did I say something else that was dumb? All right, this looks good. So we got that. And here's everybody there. Let's do a flight simulator. Respectfully, no. JSG Droid, A340. I said SBRJ or A3. Oh, okay. You said either let's go to Santos Dumont or take an A340 flight. You didn't say that you were going to fly the A340 into Santos Dumont. I get it now. I need to learn how to read. Beppy, you were hoping your Wing would have been shipped today? Yeah, sometimes that doesn't work out so well. Shipping isn't great. Okay, it's a 737-800. Yes. Yay, JSG Droid is great because, you know, somebody actually could read. Okay, so it's glow is the call sign. SBSP. Nope, not ESB. I know, isn't it great that I can read? SBSP. SBRJ. Cool. Dresden TV. Oh, Dredson TV, not Dresden. Dredson. Hey, welcome aboard. Your FCU and your MCU will be arriving tomorrow. Doesn't that feel good? That one just really feels good. Okay, 17 right, 20 left. That's correct. I do suggest a little bit of extra fuel. It could be busy. 30 minutes of extra fuel, maybe. And there we go. Buy-in, Nibru, Kevin, Asla 1 Alpha. Looks about right to us. We've done this flight before. It's good. It's a challenge, especially the one at the end. All right. I will give you my flight plan here. Hang on just a second. I think Loviz is probably hopping on a plane to come back home. We did Victoria and we're doing an air bridge today. I think Loviz is going to feel left out. All right, almost done doing titles and stuff. Okay, all that looks good. Here is our route. We'll make a copy of that. That's good to have in our notes. And we're going to do this at flight level 250. That's probably a good altitude as well. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. Ruben, are you going to do the flight? It's not that long. And if it's then to bed, yeah, we may make this one the last one. Let's see. VATSIM. We're filed. No chickening out now. I don't see anybody at Sao Paulo. Where is everybody? All right, with that, let's come over here and clean up the notes from our last flight. And we don't need that squawk code. We don't need that climb and maintain. We don't need this, and we don't need that. Okay, and we're going to go and wipe that one off. First flight tomorrow is Nuremberg to Copenhagen for Vectors to Copenhagen. You could also do Dusseldorf and maybe Bergen. And I may switch to Bergen if Bergen is on next week, because that's a really fun. That's a nice airport. Bergen's a pretty cool airport. Okay, all this looks good. Where is everybody? There's somebody coming in. There's just not a lot of people here. Okay, we've got all of our charts that we need in the cockpit. We can use the Boeing autopilot. Let's turn off the flight directors and make sure the autopilot is back to being engaged. Probably about 3 today. A little bit shorter. Yesterday was kind of a long day. Had great flights yesterday. They were a really good time, but we had a couple of long routes. Plus, I need to see if I can find a German intercity express train for a train sim world route. And then remind myself how to drive a train. Looks like they've got a couple of arrivals, but that's about it. I didn't see any departures. Well, we're going to solve that problem fast. Hey, Drama. Welcome aboard. Happy weekend. We've got our sim loading. We've got airplanes ready to go. And some nice jazzy music to calm our nerves, because the last little turn to final can be so scary. This is one of those that you really can turn a little bit too late. Let's see, Nuremberg's EDDN, right? Yep, it is. Cool. And then our first flight on Thursday is an arrival into Bolzano, Italy. And that's the day ahead of the beginning of the Special Olympics in Bolzano, Italy. So that's kind of a nice idea. That's right. The jazz music helps calm you down before the arrival, because the arrival is a little on the scary side. It's a last-minute turn to final. And it's an RNAV. So if the weather sucks, your minimums are going to be higher. All right. Microsoft Flight Simulator. JSG Droid says we need to ask for the RNP mic. That's the circle approach that crosses the runway and circles back to the bridge. Yeah, so you basically come right over the airport. You go over the airport and then you circle to come back and land. It is kind of a cool one if they let us do that. Hey, look at that. There it is. Save and go back. Departure. SBSP. Eric, it is about 2 in the afternoon, 2:30. Next live will be Thursday. Yep. And let the map load in. And check for an empty gate. Let's see. The RMP mic makes the challenging like too. It's a good replacement for Adrenal. Oh, wait a minute. My days are all messed up. Yeah, we've got vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow. I'm sorry. We do have vectors to Copenhagen. Let me update the tomorrow command. I thought it was Monday. Well, you weren't really listening, and apparently I wasn't really thinking there, Polyot. So I messed that up really bad. Yeah, vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow. How could I forget? Okay, the tomorrow command is updated. I just need to update while I'm waiting for the sim to wake itself up here. I'm just going to change Nuremberg to the local spelling. Okay, that's much better. Let's go to the airplane. Put us right in the middle of a big old truck. All right, let's see if VATSIM will let us on. And we wouldn't want to forget Volanta, would we? The walk-around feature is really nice. And what's really cool about it, Holland, is the fact that the airplanes are designed so well that if you walk around, you're actually going to find a lot of the stuff that the real pilots look at is modeled in the sim. This is a glow flight, and it's a B738. And there we go. Let's request ground power. And VATSIM's popping up. Request a jetway. And where's Volanta? There we go. Polyet, the best thing about the walk-around feature is people were asking for it for 20 or so years. Then when they got it introduced, the same people moaned about it being there. You love the 2024 release drama. Yeah, I liked it originally. I really did. I don't do it anymore. And then all of a sudden it stopped working in a way. So like you could actually walk up the steps of the Phoenix airplane. But now I haven't been able to do that. So I don't know. Flight simmers are an interesting group of people. We can be cranky, we can be sarcastic, we can be grateful. We all have great senses of humor. At least we're not dangerous. It only works with stairs that come with the aircraft. GSX stairs are not solid models. I could come up with a modeling joke right now, but that would probably be considered tacky, so I won't. I think we're all set. Hop in the cockpit. Do a little bit of immersion here. Make sure the doors are disarmed and open the door. Okay. And ground power. Disarm the rest of the doors. Cargo doors opening. Cargo doors are open. And we got that taken care of. Electronic flight bag. Request data. I thought I saw Brent Spiner. That was a really good Star Trek joke, wasn't it? Hi, Flyin dude. Thank you for suggesting I sit up straight. Yeah, I've been getting kind of slouchy lately. I got to start sitting up straight. And if you're flying with me too, you should check your posture too. Okay, airports. Parking stands. Airport. Buy-in 3 Alpha. Good. Arrival. The Star, Azula 1 Alpha. Now, what they're going to give you for 20 left is the RNP. They're going to give you the RN. The best one to get is the uniform because that's the standard one that they give you. Okay? What JSG Droid said is what we really should try and do is maybe request the mic. So I'm going to just put that in there and see if we can do the mic. It's a cool one. And then airport. Parking gates and charts are cool. On Tuesday, I start the 3rd year of secondary school. Oh, really? Congratulations, Snowboard. You don't like this? Is it a little bit scary? I always kind of found that a little bit too. When I would go from, slowly go in grades and stuff like that, it got a little bit scary to me too. Toby, welcome aboard. Hey, Toby, thank you so much for reminding me to hydrate. And you should hydrate too if you're flying. Polyot says year 9 was the best year. And my best year was basically graduating when I was done. And battery. Ground power. Nav and local lights on. A fuel pump for the APU on. Uh, 25,000 feet. I think it's probably just going to be 0. We'll check it in a minute. The landing elevation. Windshield heaters on. Dial up the IRS display. And nav. And nav. When you hit late 20s, early 30s, you'll come to appreciate how good your school years were. You wish you were back there. I think for a lot of people, that's true. For a lot of people, that's true. At the risk of seeming weird or different, I'm glad those years are behind me. I don't like getting older, but I'm glad that time of my life is over. SBSP. Gate 7. Page 2. A GPS position. Page 1. And there we go. Ruben, your GSX is in a loading loop again. You know what? Maybe, Ruben, so you're having a problem with GSX. I think maybe it's time to delete GSX completely from your computer and reinstall a new one. How does that sound? Yeah, there was a process that was insanely boring for me too. And yeah, the US system, say what you want about some of the other systems, can be kind of rough, but okay, SBSP ATIS. Information Charlie is current. APU is up and running. I'm going to get the APU bleed on. Oh, you got to start the APU before you turn on the APU bleed. There you go. But yeah, Ruben, if you're having repeated like loop-de-loops and stuff like that, everything else, I gotta tell you, you know, when it's the problem just repeats, at that point in time, I would just say, you know, enough of this. I'm gonna say no. Harold's is back. Harold's did ground for the first time, and Harold's just passed that S1 test. So congratulations on that. I love the fact that I get to concentrate on learning the things that, and yeah, I know that there's things that you're supposed to learn more than just what you're interested in, but if I want to go and spend an afternoon fixating on a Europa clipper or something like that, I get to go and do that, and I love that. Especially when, you know, the education system pretty much taught me that I can't pass tests and I'm stupid. High Flying Dude says spy hat. Got you covered. Got you covered with a spy hat. Boeing hat is ready to go. Okay, position in it is good. Let's do route. SBSP and request. SimBrief ID is good. Wait till it flips back. Yeah, you have to juggle it with adulting. That's the part that sucks. You have to juggle it, you know, adulting and stuff. That, hate it. But I do love the fact that I get to, you know, spend an afternoon reading about Europa Clipper and imagining and learning about, you know, the reality behind, you know, going to something like Europa. But, you know, then again, you know, it's sort of like, oh, it's time to pay bills again. Oh, it's time to pay the rent. Oh, it's time to do taxes. And if you're a little guy like me, you don't have any help. That's just it. You do it by yourself. So. But then again, I also don't have a teacher yelling at me to cut my hair, so that's cool too. So. Flaps 25 departure, says JSG Droid. Really? All right, our airplanes are coming together. We gotta look and see what where the pizza is in Rio that we should go to. Okay, Nibru, Kevin, those are good, and execute that. No, yeah, I'm gonna start joking about it because I've gotten a couple of messages from folks, you know, worried about it. No, I stopped getting my hair cut during COVID, and I'm letting it continue because eventually I'm going to cut it off and donate it to a charity that makes wigs for kids that have cancer. That's the big reason why. That's right, no pledge pins on your uniform either, right? No pledge pins. So yeah, that's why it's getting. Yeah, I had to go get this so that I could get the correct local spelling. All right, let's see. SBSP, who should we call here? I think we should call Pablo Domingo. Oh, wait, that's names. SB. Another Ruben says we need to go 119.6. That's going to be SBXP approach, 119.6. Got it. Thank you. Let's see. Snowboard says schools in Uruguay are very boring and stressful. You have to wake up at 6:30 a.m. and you enter at 7:45 and you leave at 15:30. You know what, Snowboard? I got to tell you, that is about what I had to do. That was my schedule. And the thing is when you're young, you actually need to sleep in a little bit longer. They've done studies about this and said it's better, especially like for high school kids, let them sleep in. Don't make them get up with the chickens and stuff like that. They're better, you know, later morning and afternoon. But of course, you know, you got to get up at 6:30. And if it's a snow morning, back when I was going to school, I'm not going to do that, but still. But it's kind of the same here. I miss my school uniform. It was more fun than your adult uniform. Oh my gosh. I don't know, Polyot. You know, you've got an incredibly important position in the world. You provide real service to people, you know, to be admired and everything. Absolutely. So don't take this the wrong way, but I got to tell you, I kind of like my, I like my adult uniform these days. I don't have to wear an IFB makeup or a tie. Love it like this. All right, so we get a clearance? Let's get a clearance. This is Sao Paulo Control. Sao Paulo Control, hi there from Goal 441, a 737-800 at gate 007, requesting clearance to Rio.
Goal 441, Sao Paulo Control, hi there. Stand by for the ATC clearance, call back shortlist number 2.
Goal 441, thanks. Wictronics is back. Your main problem as a teenager is, well, yeah, you know, you count on other people to tell you what you should be learning. Here we need to do Cambridge exams, and those are stressful.
Stand 3055, Sao Paulo.
17 right. Let's do departure and arrival. We already know. Polyot had to do the Cambridge exams. 17 right. Bayan 3 Alpha. Nibru transition. Execute. Page 2. Arrivals. Now, put in the uniform, but maybe we'll change. RNAV 20 left uniform.
Flight level 250 via the Bayan 3 Alpha departure, Nibru transition. Runway 17 right.
Asula 1 Alpha via Kevin and Gilut.
Goal 195, we are clear to Rio via the Bayan 3 Alpha Nibru transition. Our climb will be flight level 250, 3007, runway 17 right.
Go 1959, I'll be back correct to report ready for push and start.
Okay, looks good. Performance. Hey, 777 driver, welcome back. You're MD11. You're going over.
441 for clearance. Are you ready to copy?
Goal 441, ready to copy clearance.
Go 441, you are clear to Rio, flight level 250 via the Bayan 3 Alpha departure, Nibru transition, runway 17 right, flight plan route, squawk 3012.
Goal 441, we are cleared to Rio de Janeiro via the Bayan 3 Alpha departure, Nibru transition, flight plan route. Departure runway 17 right. Our altitude is flight level 250, and our squawk is 3012 for Goal 441.
Goal 441, Rebex correct, report ready for push and start.
We'll call for push and start, Goal 441. Unsportsmanlike celebration. There used to be a time when one of the most stressful things for me was getting the clearance right. I'm not kidding. There really was, it was like, eek, I don't know what I'm doing here. But, as I always like to say, we learn in sim. We absolutely learn how to do these things. And, where's my favorite? I can't find my favorite. Uh-oh, did I delete my picture? I think I deleted my picture. I had a picture of Harry Potter that says, you know, all the great wizards in the world started out just like what we are, students. If they can do it, why can't us? And that's why it is that, you know, I don't freak out so bad when it comes to a clearance anymore. When I first started, I was, you know, bundle of nerves. Hey, Nikki Fizz, welcome aboard. Yes, practice. Practice. Average winds are 280 at 20. 280 at 20. Our cost index is going to be 23. Our reserves are going to be down here. 2.6. And our zero fuel weight is supposed to be 55.14. And that says 21.6. This airplane is in pounds. This one is in kgs. We gotta get better numbers. Don't have to change much, but we just have to get better numbers on this. There we go. That looks good. We don't have to refile, but we do need to come back to the little house and request new data. That's right. I'm still going on and on about my last landing rate. Absolutely. Unsportsmanlike celebration continuing. All right, there we go. Okay, so one of the first things to do is 5.8 is going to be our reserves. So 5.8 is our fuel reserve. Now our zero fuel weight should be 121.5. 121.6. Perfect. Yep, I'm going to go on and on about all sorts of things like that, but you knew I was going to do that, Emergosa. Okay, all this looks good. Let's go. I bet the APU's up and running now. And there goes the APU bleed, and here comes some packs for passenger comfort, because we care about the comfort of our passengers. And this looks good. Let's get ready to rumble. Over here, ground operations, close those doors. Doors closing. I don't know, what information did I just disclose? Did I blow my cover? Arm all doors for departure. Doors are closed. Release the jetway. While the jetway's going away, let's put the APU online. Disconnect ground power. Oh, like I do on a landing. Yeah, I do that a lot, don't I? You did your first donation 22 and in 2022 and 2023. It was not an incognito arrival. I'm gonna go over and check that out, Ruben. It's in chat. Oh, someplace on Discord? Chocks. Okay, everything's clear. All moorings are clear. Performance tool. This is where JST Droid said we might get flaps 25 for takeoff here. So, runway 17 right. Load the weather, load the weight, load the weather. The altimeter is 3000. There we go, 3000. And calculate. I got flaps 5. I said optimum flaps are you in a max? Maybe JSG Droid is flying the max, and that's why, because I got flaps 5. Or did you take like the 900 or something big? Okay, so D rate, it's takeoff and 27 degrees. Takeoff and 27 degrees. So no D-rate. Flaps 5. Center of gravity is 24.7. And speeds to take off 133, 135, 143. 133, 135, 143. All set. 143. That's all clear. And over on the charts, airport. First of all, we'll check the landing elevation. It's 10 feet. We don't have to fix that. Let's come down here. 17 right is 169 on the heading. 169 on the heading. And 25,000 feet. That looks good. Altimeter set. Speed. Heading. Altitude. Flight directors going on. Flight directors are going on. Passengers are aboard. Oh, we ought to do the emergency exit lights in case the pilot pushes the wrong button. That could be a problem. Fuel pumps and seatbelts. And how about GSX? Let's see. JSG Droid has got 161 passengers. What did we carry? We fearlessly allowed... I've got a... Okay, see, there's the difference, JSG Droid. I've only got 116 people aboard. I've only got 116, so you've got a healthy load of passengers today. Let's get on the radio. We got a squawk code, didn't we? 3012. 3012.
Portão 242, boa noite ao controle. Está autorizado para Porto Alegre, nível de voo 380. Item uso no teste direita, perfil de saída Omni, curva direita da direção em Obsode, rota do plano de voo, código transponder 3016.
Ruben is taking 150 passengers in the baby bus. Wow, you've got a lot of people on the baby bus for that. All right, everything else is good.
242, cotejamento correto, reporte para pushback e acionamento. Qatari 31 Alpha Heavy, radar contact on descent. Descent to flight level.
Okay, there's an airplane, there's a LATAM over there. I'm going to just wait for them. Well,
100.
Yeah, let's wait for that airplane.
Qatari 31 Alpha.
Supercuber is over on Twitch. Hi, Supercuber. It's going to be nose, right tail left.
1015, cleared push and start facing west, buddy 730.
Did we remove the chocks? Yep, we got chocks out of the way too. Let's get on their radar. Transponder on, mode Charlie. There we go. We can probably do a tight push in there and not get in the way of that LATAM. YBLT spotter. Hey, Victoria, Australia. We took off from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada on our last flight. We are in Brazil. We're going to Santos Dumont and Rio de Janeiro. Hi, Ministry.
1959, runway 17 right. Taxi is approved via Mike holding point at Echo to an ASUS 1016.
Good evening, Boeing Baga. So YBLT spotter, welcome, welcome. We've got a 737 with kind of a cute little livery on the back. And we're flying the busiest air corridor in Brazil between Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro.
502 Whisky vai passar táxi, pushback começa autorizado, lado para 54.
Alfa Romeo Mike Tango Tango, boa noite. Cheque plano de voo, campo rota, informando o corretor.
There goes JSG Droid.
Modificação de regra.
It's Apollo Control. Hello again from Goal 441. Stan 007 requesting startup and pushback.
Go 441, push and start approved, facing north on plus November. Report ready to taxi.
We'll give you a call when ready to taxi. Push and start, facing November, north on November. Goal 441. Shall we go?
Correct.
Parking brakes off. And away we go. Anti-collision lights on. Flight attendants. Seats.
Straight ahead on November from gate 7.
YBLT spotter. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And we're in the PMDG 737-800. All right, fuel pumps are on. Packs off. Ground start engine number 1. Starter pump is on. There goes the N2. Fuel. Snowboard. Yeah, we'll probably wrap up after this today. And then tomorrow's first flight is at 1800 Zulu. And we're going to start off Nuremberg to Copenhagen. Guten Abend, Termi TV. I hope it's a nice night in Germany tonight. It looks like it is. High pressure all over the EU. So looks kind of nice. Engine number 1's looking pretty good. Starting engine 2. Engine 1 starts next.
Go 1959, ready for departure.
Fully ready for departure.
Go 1959, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Wind is 200 degrees, 1 knots.
Clear for takeoff.
All truck disconnected. Flight deck removed. Left speed, right speed.
And there's going to be our, hey, look at our gear pin. There's that. And get a nice wave. And then we'll look there and wave back. Thank you for the push and start. Have a groovy day. And getting a good start on engine number 1. Let's get the packs back on. Flip the generators over. Generators are over. Isolation valve goes off. APU bleed goes off. Yaw damper goes on. Probe heaters need to go on. They're not automatic on this airplane, and they change on different airplanes, so you got to keep an eye on that. Continuous restart. Flaps 5 for me. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes to RTO. Trim is 4.54. That looks pretty good. I think we're ready to taxi. So charts. It's going to be Mike Echo, hold short of 17 right.
Taxi via Yankee 2, Golf, está ponto para a zero esquerda, QNH 10 no 5 azul 434.
It's Apollo Control. Hello again. Goal 441 pushed and started from stand 7. Information Charlie remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Goal 441, tax approved via Mikey, holding point echo runway 17 right, QNH 1016.
1016 on the altimeter, taxiing to runway 17 right via Mike, holding point echo for Goal 441.
Goal 1959.
Shall we depart scene of the crime? And taxi light.
And proceed direct to Nibru.
Cabin call. Parking brakes. And we kind of do a jump to the left and a step to the right over there. It's a clear, it's a great looking night tonight. I think those lights you see there might be JSG Droid ready to go. Probably the last flight, Toby, yeah. We had a big long day yesterday. I think it was 9.5 hours. That's Ruben. Ruben's getting ready to go. JSG Droid is already up in the air. The tension in that cockpit is already building. And let's get the autopilot on. VNav. LNav departure. Auto throttles are armed. And let's turn on Terra. Looking good. Out we go. Toby, it was a fun, it was long, but it was a great time. I had a blast with the ATC yesterday. Really did.
Yankee, left on hotel, then right on Alpha. And again, left on Golf, 14-point echo runway.
Just did the takeoff config check. Throttles up about halfway. Airplane didn't beep at me, so we're all good and ready to go.
1015 in sequence for
Hey, Russ.
10 left. We taxi by Yankee Hotel Alpha Golf. Hold short. Flight 730.
Straight back, correct. Vatican 730, proceed straight ahead on Yankee, then left on Golf.
Good to see you, Russ. I hope you're having a good evening and it was a good weekend. We're doing the Rio Air Bridge, Russ.
Vatican 730, did you copy? Azul 4534 ali, mantenha no 0 esquerda.
There were some funny moments.
Right, Vatican 730, proceed straight ahead on Yankee, then left on Golf.
There were some funny moments. Got one airplane on the runway. That's Ruben over there waiting to go.
10 left, Vatican 730.
Azul 4534 ali, mantenha no 0 esquerda.
Ali mantém no 0 esquerda, agora do 4534.
Let's check the speed brakes. Speed brakes work.
QNH on 016, runway 17 right to clear for takeoff.
Right, space to take up 10.
Azul 4534, pista no 0 esquerda ao alinhar, decolagem autorizada.
There goes the Airbus.
0 graus, 0,8 knots.
Ao alinhar vai decolar a pista no 0 esquerda, decolagem autorizada.
Vroom.
Golf 441 behind the next departing traffic, runway 17 right, line up and wait, runway 17 right behind the traffic.
Line up and wait, 17 right behind departing traffic, Golf 441. Strobes. Final cabin call, and away we go.
No 214 da Gol, autorizado pushback acionamento, táxi November, reporte para o táxi.
Pushback acionamento autorizado, reportará táxi 1214.
Airport data traffic. And we're going to carefully position ourselves if we have time, because we want every little bit of runway that we can get. Ruben had to go a full toga takeoff. See, there's the airplane right there that just took off in front of us.
And you are cleared to fly direct to Nibru intersection.
Turn off GSX. We're ready to go. JSG Droid says Rio went dark. What? They must have heard spies were in the neighborhood, and that always gets people worked up.
Esquerda diante de tu e vai subir sem para 340.
They were afraid that we'd request the RNP mic. Hey, Tyler
Subscriber
Dog.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Tyler Dog, thanks for a nice resub. Welcome on in. Thank you for a 3-month resub. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by tonight. Thanks for keeping the lights on here. We're just getting ready to go.
Gol de 1287, o controle de São Paulo, boa noite, contato radar estabelecido. Aguarde o ILS Zulu da pista 15 e vou direto à posição Antara. Pista autorizada para 5.000 pés. NH no Viracopos, 1013. Gol de 1287, desça para 5.000 pés com ajuste no
No recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Trippy just did is on a 45 stream streak, and Austin Taylor just became a follower on Twitch. Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Clear to land 10 right, Qatari 31 now.
Varig 730 heavy, line up and wait to runway 10 left.
We're waiting here for separation with the airplane ahead of us.
Go 441, surface wind 190 degrees, 11 knots, gun H1016, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
17 right, clear for takeoff. Go 441. Up, up, and away. Throttle's up halfway. Clock is started. Thrust is set. Check.
Rota do plano do voo, acione transponder 3002, voo no 235.
V1.
Alex 360 conforme, usada esquerda, Jorge 3 Alfa com episódio código 3002.
235, planejamento correto, pode local de estacionamento.
Posição 304.
304, tente quando pronto, pushback e acionamento são autorizados, táxi Yankee 3 Whisky, me chame para táxi.
Yankee 3 Whisky vai chamar táxi no 235.
Qatari 730 heavy, traffic information, short final parallel runway not a factor, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff, wind is 160 degrees, 6 knots.
We just want to confirm that for Varig 730, clear for takeoff, runway 10 left, copy traffic.
Confirm Varig 730 heavy.
Varig 730, taking off runway 10.
Command, get a little help from the autopilot. 20 left. 20 left is the arrival.
Coordene com a equipe de solo, após a passagem do tráfego da companhia na sua causa, já autorizado pushback e acionamento, táxi November após a companhia.
Auto brakes off, landing gear off.
Go 441, radar contact on departure, climb unrestricted, flight level 250, and clear to fly direct to Nibru intersection.
Goal 441, climb flight level 250. We are direct Nibru for goal 441.
Qatari 31 Alpha Heavy, welcome to São Paulo, cross runway 10 left. Thereafter, join on Alpha, right on Kilo to the apron seat.
Clear to crossing 10 left.
What am I playing with to fly the airplane? YBL spotter. You talking about controls that are actually physically sitting on my desk? So obviously I've got a little autopilot sitting right here. That's from WinWing. Over on the side over there, I've got what's called a side stick from WinWing. So that's a joystick. Over on that side, I've got some throttles that I use from Thrustmaster. And T-Bird sent a really nice set of rudder pedals from Crosswind. Taxi lights off. Altimeter standard. Okay, everything looks good coming up on 10,000 feet. All is right with the world. Let's make the map a little bigger. There we go. Map's a little bigger. 10,000 feet. Landing lights going off. Continuous restart off. Let the flight attendants get up. It's a short flight. Yeah, straight over the end of the runway. So if ATC is gone, we can now go and set up for the RNP mic for the arrival. It's via Gilut. So let's flip that over right now. Departure and arrival. Arrival. RNP mic. 20 left. Echo Fox Golf Mike. Azula 1 Alpha via Kevin via Gilut. Execute. Okay. All set. So we fly over the runway and a nice turn to land.
O Azul 4534, contato radares restabelecidos, suba para o nível 340.
A really nice night over Brazil.
340, perdão, o simulador travou, voltei agora do 4534.
Enter.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we're going to need today. Sim Nerves of Steel, if you have not seen this arrival. So basically, here we are. We go right over the airport and then do a loop-de-loop around. No fear. So, you know, here's your last altitude, 3,600 right there. Now, there's also a second chart that you can get. And the second chart gives you a better idea of what you're doing. So basically, you're going to fly over the runway and almost to the other side of the little waterway, turn north to a heading of 020 until you get to the bridge. Basically, turn 090 degrees, look for the runway, and land. There's also apparently no shame in going around. Really? I didn't know that.
Code 1287, pós-pouso, o senhor vai seguir pro pátio 2 ou corrigir o pátio 2 ou pátio 1?
Ruben has got the circle to land programmed in. It's quite a night in Victoria, Australia.
Okay, pátio 1.
It's getting hit with a once-in-generation weather system. Really?
Gol 1214 Lima, tenha no 7 direita.
Actually, if I knew we were doing this approach, I'd be in my baby bus for this one.
Information 12 o'clock, 23 miles to the same destination.
If I knew that we were going to do this circle to land thing, I'd rather be in the baby bus. It's sporty. I kind of know how to control it. It's a good airplane. Really nice little airplane.
Bye-bye. O Gold 1287, administrador aeroportuário informou
No
posição parada
recruit detected.
2.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Agent Super X was all I saw. Did a subscription over. Supercuber did a follow. Hi, Supercuber. Thank you for the follow.
1236 chamou para ataque.
Coming up to the top of the climb.
1236 autorizando o táxi.
And I hear it's Unicom after this. I'm sorry, advisory. We don't call it Unicom anymore.
Hotel seguinte, táxi autorizado, Yankee 3, hotel, ponto espera no zero esquerda, Gol 12.
No descent path. Yeah, I don't think there is one.
Gol 1242, táxi autorizado via mais. Espera direita, QNH 106.
Rio Air Bridge. Coming up on Nibru.
São Paulo Control, Qatar 31 on stand 60
Thank you, Captain.
Ruben says we ought to look at spacing ourselves out. Because, you know, space is the final frontier. You're actually looking fairly good if, let's see, ground speed 411, 493. So you're going at like warp factor 10, and this is a shuttlecraft on impulse.
Pode estar aguardando
1236, Lima tem vista 17, corrijo, a Lima tem 10 vista hotel.
Norbert, welcome aboard. Are you flying with any planes from any builds? Well, we were the other day. Right now, we are flying with a 737 from PMDG. But I just picked up the any builds A340 recently, and that's pretty good.
Go 441, so you are leaving my airspace, traffic information, 12 o'clock, 35 miles, to the same destination, that's flight level 230. Radar service is terminated, reach advisory frequency, have a nice flight.
Over to advisory for Goal 441. Thanks for the clearance going out, have a good week.
Have a good week, Captain.
122.8. Cool. 777 driver, that's you climbing out in a 757. You're over on X-Plane, right? Crazy landings in Halifax because of a snowstorm. Halifax is getting snow right now, Holland? No kidding. So zero visibility and probably icing, right? Ruben just got the latest weather. So, that's a good thing to copy off and put in your notes. You're a Varig MD-11. Oh, 777 driver. So you've got a big long flight. Right? All right, let's go look again at our arrival. There are no minimums. I'm gonna put in 200 on the radar altimeter just so that something yells at me at 200 feet. Even though it's not real minimums, if I've just got something that yells at me at 200 feet, that's good. Chaos Turbo, welcome aboard. Flight's going pretty good, but it will get entertaining in just a bit. All right, let's see here. Our descent is going to be 3,600 at RJ 31. We're at our final cruise, seat belts, auto, and check the lights are all off, restart is off. We've got the cabin is pressurized so we're not killing our passengers, and that's good. Pattern vectors are 110, 20, 290, and 200. That's from that other chart. Ruben's got nerves kicking in. That is entirely normal on a Rio air bridge. This is a bit of a, this is a level up your game kind of a flight. So Azula is going to be at 7,000. We are 115 miles from top of descent. Wow, already done. So altimeter 1011. So hectopascals 1011. That's 1025. 1023. Uh, 1011. Good, we're all set there. 777 drivers climbing out at 330 knots, and you can see strobes. See, the really cool thing about Flight Sim right now is after Sim Update 4, or maybe it was 3, one of those two, we could start seeing other airplanes a lot better. And I mean, you can see them 20 plus miles away at night, which is the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it is in the real world. I think auto brakes, no. Auto brakes 3, not auto brakes max. This airplane does not like auto brakes max. I did reset my mode control panel, and we should start our descent right about now. Heading bug straight up. It thinks you're rejecting a takeoff with max. Are my strobes on? Anti-collision lights are on. Strobes and steadies are on. And I've even turned on my logo light. I see over here a set of strobes off my left wingtip, 777 driver. And I did reset my mode. Oh, I didn't. I thought I reset that. Somebody is talking on the guard frequency. We'll just do 7,000. Airlines will typically not use max as a cost-benefit ratio out of the difference between 3 and max is marginal in terms of performance, but the wear it causes is not great. Oh, okay, I get it. So it's really not that big of a difference, but if you do go to max, it's going to cost more wear and tear on the brakes. Grizzly was flying yesterday, really? Mikey Maz is making an Italian dinner tonight. There we go, finally. Mikey is going to do an Air France Concorde flight to Saint Martin. I did Volanta. Yeah, I did Volanta. It's working. Yep, I wasn't descending. Speed brakes out. I'm late on my descent. Garrett, I use a Toby. I have a, no, it's not Toby. It's another one. But I only use the eye tracker with DCS World. When it comes to flying jetliners, I've been flying them for so long in a sim, and I use quick views. So over on the number pad on my keyboard. So if I want to look at stuff, I can get to it so much faster by doing that. So this is why I don't use the eye tracker in jet flights, you know, commuter, passenger, and cargo jets. Hi, Iceman. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. And we are catching up with our descent. Let's bring in the map a click. There we go. And we're catching. Trek IR, that's what it was, Flocala. That's the one I had. Okay, time for stretch. Kind of take a break here. Hey, look at that. We're catching up with our descent, just like a good airplane. All right, so that's great. Let's come over here. And the last point on the arrival is 3,600. The airplane will manage us down just fine. Speed brakes back down. Ruben says posture check and hydrate. Posture check and hydrate. And if you're flying with me, you should posture check and hydrate too. All right, our descent deviation is now much better. And we're all set up for the arrival. Did I miss a minimum? I love when it gets confused whenever you do a chart on arrival. I see 2,000 over here, so the circle to land, I didn't look over on that side. So you got to see it at 2,000 feet. I missed it. It was over on the other side. I'm pretty sure we're going to see it. The weather looks like it's relatively good. Few clouds at 1,500, scattered at 4,000. So it's going to be a beautiful night for a landing. Let's check our
Subscriber
spacing.
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, Loviz is here. Loviz came in and did a resub while on vacation, and it's a tier 2. Loviz has been here for 49 months. Welcome aboard, Loviz. I hope you are having an awesome vacation. And have you, can you tell us what the best food you've had so far is? Yeah, we're doing an air bridge right now. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. JSG droid crossing the runway, vertical speed of 750. Yes, I love chase plane. Loviz is having a great time. Hey, thanks for the resub. Again, glad you're, thanks for checking in while you're on vacation. And everything's looking great. Had also a nice flight to Kelowna from Victoria today. That one was a really nice flight. Posted pictures of last night's dinner. What burgers are tonight? So let's see. Food on the road. So there's Loviz's dinner. That looks like maybe a salmon, maybe? And that looks like a chicken. And that looks like dessert. So that looks like a chicken, and that looks like maybe a salmon or something. That looks pretty cool. And you had burgers tonight. Those look really tasty. It was turbot fish and yellow chicken. Turbot fish and yellow chicken. Burgers sounds good tonight too. Salmon, broccoli, and rice for Flocala tonight. Ruben is going to do a hold at Gilut. All right. I'm going to take control of my own speed. And I'm just going to slow down. I'm far enough behind you that I can do that. 777 driver is going to call it a night. Thanks for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. Good start to your week. Let's get some speed brakes out. Not much else to report, Loviz. Great flying today. Tomorrow's vectors to Copenhagen. Not much else going on. Everybody's behaving, you know, being on our best behavior, as you knew we would be. Speed slowly coming down. That should help us with the airplane up ahead of us. Loviz gets to take the train to Lyon tomorrow. Is that going to be one of those daytime trains, or is that going to be an overnight sleeper type of a train? And seatbelts. Well, the train, Lovis says, okay, so it's a daytime train, and it's 2 hours from Paris to Lyon. I guess that you probably weren't able to get on the Orient Express for that route, right? Because, you know, if you're on the Orient Express, there could be a murder. On Polyot's last Paris trip, I got delayed because a TVG decided to hit a cow at 300 kilometers per hour. The French had to spend 3 hours having a committee about what to do and ask the cow about, really? I would have thought that there would not be much left of the cow at 300 kilometers an hour. I really... So you got it delayed because of the cow. I shouldn't snicker and turn it into a joke. I mean, you know, the cow probably doesn't feel that way. Ruben says, as funny as this sounds, I've seen damage a hit train causes even with a human or an... Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is trains are great, trains are wonderful, but stay off the freaking tracks. And if you're going to cross some tracks, look both ways and then look again. Yeah, I don't think that the cow would have stopped the high speed at all. I think that it just could have probably plowed on ahead and, you know, with, you know, just something bigger than a bug splatter on the windshield. The Eurostar was stuck behind it, and by the time they got to the tunnel, it was closed for engineering. So we went through at a snail's pace, and then when we got out, the tunnel in line with it was closed for engineering. So we had to continue at a snail's pace. We got back to St. Pancras at 1 a.m. UK time. You left Paris at 5 p.m. UK. So needless to say, all of the promotion about high speed, it's sort of like, where was the high speed today, folks? And my guess is that they probably didn't come well provisioned for such a long delay. So it was probably a little more hot and stuffy and... All right, I think we need to enter the hold here, kids. We need to enter the hold. At Gilut. .087 and right turns. Yep. We're just getting too close. Slowing down wouldn't have done it. Let's see. Brainbagger, welcome aboard. Has got chopped steak with rice tonight. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. See you later. Green beans, chopped steak, garlic rice, and green beans. That sounds good. I don't know. You know, it's probably a fairly easygoing route unless there's like cows between, you know, renegade cows between Paris and Lyon. All right, we got the hold in there. Let's see. What is the airplane in the hold at? 6,000 feet. I'm going to stay at 8,000 feet. I'm going to stay at 8. That way, we're going to be fine. The bottom of the hold is 6, so we're good to go there. Let's see. Loviz has got another train ride from Lyon to Barcelona, and that will be on a Spanish train. So, French train to Lyon, Spanish train to Barcelona. Wants to know if it's Renfe or is it Renfield? Oh, Renfe. Okay. So, there's no vampires on that one. So Loviz will be on a Renfe train. Is this one of those bring your own food kinds of routes, or do they have a nice food car and some nice travel snacks, or just get on the train and bring your own water and snacks? Polyot says that Renfe is Spain's state-owned rail company. Let's see. Polyot was on Renfe once. Barcelona to Madrid. It was a little meh. You've heard they're either really good or really poor. Loviz is going first class, so that means a nice seat and maybe some nice snacks there. Okay, it looks like Ruben has exited the hold. Let's come and look down.
Traffic 96 Romeo.
Yep. Descend and maintain 6,000 feet.
Got a mission circling to that.
750 feet. Snowboard. That's just the first one that I have. We'll probably see how everybody feels after after we get there. All right, so now that we're in the hold, we need to go to well, we're pretty close. Let's see, we're taking another high speed. Oh, Loviz gets to do a high speed too. And it's the other high speed, not Renfe to Madrid. altimeter. All right. Ruben is out of the hold and making the run, and I think I heard JSG Droid say they're clear of the runway. So we're good to go there. Anarchy Streamer, welcome aboard. This is the autopilot from Wind Control, and it's the obviously it's the Boeing, so looks and works just like the one in the Boeing airplane, and it works really good. And I will tell you, one of the things is having something like this on your desk, especially in a busy VATSIM event, is very, very helpful. Here is JSG Droid's track. So let's see. Void, can you only fly in VATSIM when there's an event? No, where there's no event where we are. There is JSG Droid. Look at that. A perfect one. This looks really good, JSG Droid. Very, very nice. That's the track. You can see Ruben's coming in there too. That's the way to do it. All right, we're looking good. Let's exit the hold now and continue on. So direct Gilut. And 6,000 feet, that looks really good too. Urio. Boy, I don't think I've heard of that. Well, not that I'm gonna know those things. They weren't an option for Polyout then. Hopefully they're better than Renfi. So that one really was not the more memorable of trips for you. All right, nice lights of Rio tonight. Aurora Celestis, welcome back. Good timing. We are coming into Rio de Janeiro, going to the small airport. Oh, is that the trip that you try to forget? Yeah, that was a really rough one for Polyout. And after Gilut, it's 3,800 is next. And then we kind of got to do it all ourselves. So I only needed to do one loop-de in the hold, and that seems to have done pretty good for us. Let's wait a little bit. 210. Polyout says that the other train company, Urio, whatever. India Romeo Yankee Oscar. Looks nice. And last click of the map. After Gilut, I'm gonna do 180. So slow down just a little bit. What do we got for flaps here? I think flaps 5 would be about pretty good now. JSG Droid says Ruben has crossed over the runway. The English translation on the website is not great. I've never heard a meal service referred to as an onboard gastronom. No, I've never heard that one before. Never heard that one before. I mean, seriously, it sounds like you need, you know, that thing called Beano or whatever it was. How about some more flaps? How about wheels? Let's get that done now. If you look over there, there's Ruben's landing lights. There's Ruben right now. Loviz says that Gemini recommended that train. So Loviz's trip is basically a Loviz's trip is an AI thing. All right, that all looks really good. And our speed to land's 142. We're gonna call it 145. More flaps. Our descent is going pretty good. I'm going to start dropping this down a little bit more. And let's finish off with our flaps here. A little bit early, but this one's a hard one. And Ruben's just touching down. AZ has got a trip to Belgium, and it was suggested by Copilot. I don't know, all the headlines when it comes to this stuff, awfully brave of you. Oh, I think I heard Ruben's going around. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. No reason to panic. Santos Dumont traffic, good evening. Goal 441 has the airport in sight. Looks like we're about 7 miles from the airport, doing the circle to land to runway 20 left. Santos Dumont. Aurora Celestis, yeah, a Boeing and an Airbus panel. Did Copilot help you find the best Belgian waffles on your trip to Belgium, AZ? I was just trying to start, you know, trouble. I've actually kind of found that some of the AI stuff, AI answers for Google is actually helpful. Ben Gurion, Harold's, that's right. We have to do a flight for Harold's because Harold just got ATC from Ben Gurion. And that's a big congratulations to you.
$2,500.
Uh-oh, panic time. No, I didn't. I found the best waffle by trusting your gut. See, that works great too. We haven't put the cats back in, Aurora. I'll do it. Count Duckula, it's been getting crankier and crankier. Yeah, I think it's helpful, but you ought to do your own homework and your own verification. There you go. That's the cat. Because you know, if anything in your home ever gets broken, it's the cat's fault. The dog may have done it, but the cat's going to blame the dog. Santos Dumont traffic, low 441 is now overhead the runway, starting our circle to land to runway 20 left. Santos Dumont. Okay, fly across over to the opposite
1,000.
shore, turn left, go to the bridge, turn left again, and look for the runway. The swishing sound is my trim. Okay, look over there. Nobody over there. Look over there. I got the bridge. Frank Plane, welcome aboard. Will we do any flying in France? We should. The last one we did was an arrival into Paris. Okay, that looks good. Look over your shoulder. There's the airport looking great. And start our turn. This was the approach that we did in the non-RNAV F-28. Yes. So we were doing this very same approach in a much older airplane that had no waypoints. Oh, and the other scary thing about it was also bad weather. Okay, look out there. Roll out. There's the island. There's the runway. Continue the turn. I could have gone a little bit more down the bridge. Got one red light and two. Yeah, it was storming. Not the best weather for coming in here.
500. $400.
Santos Dumont traffic. Glow 441 is short finals for runway 20 left landing.
Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Oh no! No! We went in the drink. Oh, we went in the drink. We're going swimming. Oh no, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. How terrible. Oh man, it was feeling so good about that landing too. It really was feeling great. Ah, yes, I know. I just defied the laws of physics. I'm being a bad pilot. I always fall victim to my aversion to going around. Well, sadly, it wasn't the aversion to going around. It was a little bit too much coffee today. Lugovsky can't redeem a hydrate for another 6 minutes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we were kind of coming to the end of the flight, and I've had too much coffee. So, yeah, thank you. Nice job, Sully. Microsoft Boat Simulator. Oh, terrible. Club NC would like the panel. Uh-oh, I had another airplane going around. I hope it wasn't because I was coming up on the rocks there. This 737 has floats. If I ruined somebody's landing, I am so sorry. No, they were taking off. Right on. Alligator Safari. Thank you. There's JSG Droid, who did make a good landing. That's right. It's a true spy plane, just like James Bond. It's half airplane, half submarine, half boat. There will be lobsters in the suitcases. Maintenance is asking why there's kelp in the engine intakes. We were just trying to kelp the engines work a little bit better. Club NC, I'm sorry, we got kind of busy with stuff. I'm trying to get ourselves... There we go. Not meaning to be rude, but sometimes we get busy in the sim. Parking brakes on. Is the APU ready? It is. Let's flip the generators over. Jenny's coming on over there. And engine number 1 and engine number 2. Slide down here. Let's stop squawking. And all of that looks good. APU's good. Let's go ahead and get the fuel pumps off. Let's also turn on the bleed and the cross bleed. The isolation valve, so we can get the packs going, keep the passengers comfy. I mean. We're going to turn off the probe heaters, turn off the navigation stuff. All of that looks good. And we can do seat belts off. Let's also do these lights off too. And you never know that we ended up in the drink. Uh-oh, somebody forgot his taxi lights. There we go. Now we look good. So, JSG Droid made it just fine. JSG Droid looks just fine. And we've got one more coming in. I think that's the other arrival. Water in the engines is... Yeah, no, it'll dry out for sure. Water taxi is always acceptable. JSG Droid is going to come for vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow. That's great. Let's see. As usual... it's Dusseldorf and Nuremberg are going to be up, but you could also have, I think Bergen may be up too for departure points. I think my landing rate was probably the kind that is going to require, a little bit of help. So let's see, how bad was it? Hey, I did a really good hold over there. Wasn't that great?
Traffic, 796
and 407 was my landing rate. The big problem was I went halfway down the runway. And then we had another landing rate over here when we bounced into the water. So there we go. But hey, I mean, seriously, that was a really nice hold. That was a great loop-de-loop on the hold. I don't think the landing rate would be, nope, Polyot says it's 600 FPM, so technically maintenance doesn't have to do anything. Ruben planted it. You didn't want to try it again. Yeah, this is a really cool approach. I kind of screwed it up, but well, I totally screwed it up actually, so yeah, that's going to happen, I guess. But this one was a really, really fun flight. It's one we do fairly regularly too. I flooded the airplane.
Stay sharp.
Well, look at it this way. They're not going to have to pay to clean the carpets anytime soon, right? I mean, that's got to be kind of a plus. Loviz has been using flaps 3 in the 737. Yeah, I usually do that too. Flaps 30, I mean. But yeah, I usually do flaps 30 for all of these. The exact, Aurora Celestis, no, they'd have to do more cleaning. More cleaning on that one. Bruce is in chat. Cool, but difficult for sure. It is. This is a great approach, but it is also very, very difficult. So it looks like everybody made it though. And this is a really cool airport too. The airframe, it might be a write-off, but we just had the airframe cleaned. It's worth sacrificing a landing rate for a good, cool approach experience. I think we got a good one there for sure. Thanks for flying along with me today. I hope y'all are doing good. I thank you for being here. Loviz, thanks for checking in from all the way out on a vacation. I hope you're having a good vacation, and it sounds like you're doing really good. Sounds like we know the food is super duper tasty. That's for sure too. I was taking a shortcut to cool the brakes. Amargosa figured it out. Nuremberg to Copenhagen is my departure. You could also choose any other departure. The trick on the next flight tomorrow is landing and arriving at Copenhagen. So you could choose any one of those that you want, and that one should be a really nice flight. And then after that, we'll look for a little more ATC to go and get into trouble with. Let's see here. Who is flying? Usually on a Sunday, we go and see Conti. Conti usually flies all sorts of interesting airplanes and stuff, and does several other really cool routes. So we'll go ahead and do that. It was nerve-wracking. Yeah, but the thing is another Ruben. You start building up time, building up a little bit more, do a little bit more, and guess what? It's going to end up working out for you, and you'll be a pro at this. And Polyot's right. I mean, you know, I an aversion to going around, you know, especially when I've had too much coffee to drink, and all that. But yeah, if that was an instant go around because I'd already missed the touchdown point, and on a runway this short, you don't want to miss the touchdown point. So thank you for being here. I hope you are doing really, really well. Thank you for coming by today. Appreciate you understanding. We're going to cut it just a little bit short today. We were really, really long yesterday, so can't wait to go and fly with you tomorrow. Our departure time's normal time. Some nice resubs today, a few nice gift subs. Thank you for those. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Some nice raids today, and some nice bits as well. Thank you for being such great Flight Sim friends, but thank you for all of the support, but thanks for being such great Flight Sim friends. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time's normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe, have fun on your travels if you're traveling. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Cheers. Good night.